That's what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that will bring it down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now.
Are you ready?
on the corner where the big boys play.
Good afternoon to all of our viewers. Times may be uncertain, my friends, but one thing remains true forever. There is simple power in people just coming together and sharing knowledge and building a strong community towards this goal. So, what if we're in lockdown? Our education, our learning doesn't need to stop. Well, I'm your host, Sonam C. Chabra, or I should say, I'm your virtual host, Sonam C. Chabra, and I welcome you all to the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, which is Asia's largest design and media education festival. Well, Edutainment Show Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with over 70 industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars, panels, workshops, each and every day for all of you. We've hosted 7 successful seasons of this show since 2013, and look how far we've come. Through the participation of several institutes, several accomplished industry experts, stalwarts in the past, we have proudly guided lakhs and lakhs of students through exciting career choices in creative studies. Well, we strive to continue this tradition this year, guys, and we're hosting a virtual edition of Edutainment Show from 11 June to 20th June 2020. There's an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log into www.edutainmentshow.in and register with us. It is India's first 3D virtual event, exhibition event for media, design, and education. Thank you so much for joining us. To begin today's program, I'm very happy to introduce to you our first set of speakers, panelists. Very, very happy to introduce to you a designer to shed light on his journey as a designer in entrepreneurship and design thinking. So happy to have over here with us Mr. Jimmy Mistry. He's the chairman and managing director of Della Group, and he's going to be in conversation with art and design stalwart Nilab Kapoor, creative director and founder, Studio Nilab LLC, Dubai. Nilab happens to be a dear friend, does a lot of luxury weddings, stage architecture, and so much more. So these two art and design stalwarts is what I have for you today to begin the program, and they are going to talk about entrepreneurship and design thinking. Over to you, Mr. Jimmy Mistry and Mr. Nilab Kapoor.
Thank you, Sonam, for the introduction. Journey of being an artist, a designer, and transformed himself into an entrepreneur, a brand, what I would say, a brand to reckon with. I had just thought of, putting together some few thoughts that let's begin by, putting to the point to Mr. Jimmy that what does Jimmy think? How does Jimmy think? What is the think tank of Jimmy? What does how is how Jimmy used to think earlier when he got started, and how Jimmy thinks today, and the process of the thinking tank. So when Jimmy sleeps at night and he wakes up in the morning, what is that drives Jimmy in terms of think tank? I would call it as a think tank, thinking, where the tank where you put all your ideas into that box, and you create an incubation, and then you come up with the thought process of doing something. So how does Jimmy Mistry think?
Well, a lot hasn't changed from the beginning. Certain aspects have changed, but a lot hasn't changed. I'm very passionate about something that I firmly believe in. I take a lot of time to develop that idea. So ideas keep coming. Doesn't mean that you work on all of these ideas, because you have limited energy and limited bandwidth. You need to conserve that. But once you're done with the idea and you've decided to go ahead with it, you just go hammer and tong 24 hours a day. Uh, like a wise man had said, how badly do you need success? You need success as badly as you need to breathe. When you feel the same similarity with your dreams, You need your dream to be fulfilled as badly as you need the oxygen in your lungs. You really go out there and give it your 100%. So there is a certain method and process to it. Now that I've realized, and that's the change from then to now. And once I've understood design thinking, and I've been practicing design thinking, and I've been a great proponent and a speaker of design thinking on multiple forums. There's a process to this whole thought process. And when you apply the process, you arrive invariably at the same desired result. And if you don't, you reiterate your thought process and you make the necessary changes. You prototype again, you do a case study again, and you move to the next point. But passion is something that's common, and consistent hard work. That dhungiri has to be on your head 24 hours a day. If the same dhun is on your head, you know you're in the right direction, and it is not something that leaves you. It's contagious, and people around you start feeling the same. I move around with a lot of people in my close periphery, and we all move together. Whether I'm in Mumbai or I'm traveling to Lonavala or traveling to China, wherever we are, there's a close set of people who move around with me, and I think the same dhun continues across on them. And when collectively all of you put your heads together and work on a single agenda and a single thought process or an idea that you're working on, you'll end up at the same result. You try and create something which is extraordinary, which is unique, which is going to touch people's emotions, touch people's lives, impact people larger than the mere business angle or the financial angle.
So Jimmy, you come from a very larger than life experience kind of a format of world. I have also a little bit experience in that field. I would want to know from you is that how do you take an idea and how do you take it out of your body, out of your mind? Because there are a lot of people, kids and students and entrepreneurs who keep thinking with ideas, but they are not able to execute it. So how would you rate an idea compared to an execution, and what lies between what, why, and how?
So the most important thing in any idea is why. Most people are not there. They are so much in love with their idea that they don't really try and analyze why. You need to put all your energies and focus your energies onto this why. And if that why is justifiable to people around you in your close periphery, then you start doing a little bit of dipstick with people outside. And are they convinced, and are they aligned with why you have imagined for your idea to have? Are they okay with it, and they think of it in the same way? Then you go on to what and how. Because if the why is not there, then your idea is very, very hollow. And why can be anything, but it cannot be making money. So a why can be 1,000 things to everybody, but it cannot be making money. Making money is a byproduct. And that's the principle with which you move on. But once an idea is in your head, you quickly go ahead and do research, because the idea kind of takes more amount of physical form and takes more shape once you go ahead and do extensive amount of research around that idea. A lot of new thought processes come. Maybe you'll end up scrapping your idea completely when you do research. Also, new processes keep coming your way. You go ahead and take it and you then synthesize it. Once you synthesize it, you go back either to the original idea to change it. You move to the next point. It's not a linear approach. It's kind of a circular approach. And then you get some stage, you get into prototyping of the idea. You need to go ahead and get your ideas and thoughts on paper right on day one, and keep working on them.
So Jimmy, tell me, what's more important, why or how?
No, why is more important. Because if the purpose is not defined, you will find 1,000 ways of doing that how. But if your purpose is not really what you bought into and what others have bought into, your idea will not be a success. A lot of brands suffer there.
Do you think anything lies between why and how? Is there anything between why and how?
Idea is to constantly travel between why and how. So if your idea is not perfect, you go back to why and again think of a way to make it into a how and what. But that why is not going to change. That why is going to remain sacrosanct to the idea, and it's at the nucleus of all ideas.
Fabulous. I think I got the the learning which I wanted from you on that. Let's shift to another topic, a subject, probably ahead. Um, let's inspire people, Jimmy. Tell me your journey. What is Jimmy Mistri's journey into from being an artist, a designer, a dropout who probably never believed in formal education? But I want to hear that answer, because here right now there are a lot of students and kids who actually believe in education, and you, both, me, supposedly are dropouts from colleges. And but I don't want to tell my story because it's all about you today. So tell me, Jimmy, what's your journey from being what you were and then getting into something which is, I would say, uh, architecture, hospitality, manufacturing, adventure, retail, training? And how did education help you? If in case you want to point that out, because that is where students will want to know, was it without education or with education?
So, for want of a better word, a college dropout is the right word. I dropped out of college, but I didn't not do my education. I learned everything I wanted to learn in my college. So it would be unfair to say that yes, I didn't have any education. I did have education. I went to my diploma in mechanical engineering, but I dropped out of college. That too in my final year, because I didn't see it heading anywhere, and I didn't need that diploma because that diploma was worth nothing to me. I knew I'm never going to do a job. I'm never going to make my CV and apply for a job. And I was absolutely resolved to go ahead and start something on my own. Even though I came in from a middle class Parsi family background, I had no money, nothing to start off on.
So you had nothing. You
absolutely
were just,
nothing.
And
Absolutely nothing.
You started with what kind of money you started with? Tell me about the journey.
I had nothing. All I had was my racing motocross bike, because I used to be a professional rider, and whatever money I had collected through sponsorships had all gone into that motorcycle and racing. And I sold that motorcycle, and with that money, I sold my riding suit. Whatever money I could gather,
So you sold something which was so valuable and so important to you to start
Yes.
something of your own. And what was that?
I sold my motorcycle to start at a pest control company, and I was 19 then. I came to Mumbai, didn't know a soul in Mumbai, didn't know how to travel from one place to the other in Mumbai, and within I think the first month and a half, I bought my second-hand Bajaj Chetak scooter, and then I had to get a telephone at home. Those days there was no phone, and our kids over here would not be able to relate to it. But to get a telephone was a big achievement in life. You had to go in through a Tatkal scheme and pull strings to be able to get a telephone at home. So I had to really struggle and buy the telephone connection at home. But that was the beginning, and I never looked back since then. And since then, I've moved across from point A to point B, point C, and I still keep moving. There is a price you pay because you're constantly on the move and you don't allow yourself to consolidate and settle down. But I guess it's all in the game.
So let's throw some light on your portfolio, from architecture to hospitality to various verticals which you have. Let's just hear that out for you.
So we right now operate under 6 business verticals, and we design is at the base of it. Design is what ties everything together. So we do have a design company, and which is also now being relaunched in a new avatar. We are into hospitality, so we have now 6 operational resorts, and all into experiential hospitality. We've carved that entire niche for ourselves in that particular segment and created a brand. We operate Adventure Park as a business, and we are the first ones in India to pioneer the concept of extreme adventure park, and for the whole family. We've been running it for 10 years now. About 3.5, 4 years back, we got into counterterrorism training academy, which is a serious training academy for civilians, and we set up India's first military theme luxury resort and a military theme academy for training of civilians. So we are in that training and business. And now we are getting into a chain of retail stores. So we've developed 2,500 products by the brand Della by Jimmy Mystery, where we are manufacturing everything from tiles to faucets to sanitary ware, fixtures, fittings, decorative lights. We got 2 factories in Daman that manufacture furniture, and we are making some world-class furniture in the luxury segment. Each of these units was started from a scratch. The factory, I was a tenant. I bought over the factory a couple of years back, and then bought over the next factory. So it's all been a progressive growth. But so we are into manufacturing, and in this interior segment, we'll end up redefining the entire retail experience for an interior buyer. We are putting up India's first 50,000 square feet mono-brand retail store. So that's one line that we are into. And the last but not the least, we are coming up with design content generation. So we are setting up now. We are about to set up a club, which is on the lines of YPO, EO. It's for entrepreneurs and professionals, and it's going to impact humanity in a big way via the medium of this club. So that's the latest thing that we are working on. I guess we have our hands full. We are also into real estate. We do luxury second homes, gated community, and that's the spectrum of business activities that we do.
So, Jimmy, it's such a vast spectrum, entire ecosystem you've created across. I want to know, how did education help you? Because that is where a student like me want to know that how did you create a journey from an artist or designer and transform all of that, understanding the essence of education. So education is where I want to hear from.
So I'm a great proponent of self-learning. I couldn't have started anything in my contracting career or my design career hadn't I gone through the education of mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering taught me everything to do with electrical technology, mechanical technology, hydraulics, machine drawing, engineering drawing. All those were my foundations, even though I dropped out of college, but I ended up using the skill set I generated. Also in our diploma, we were very fortunate that we were hands-on in our machine shops. I've learned how to use micrometers, screw gauge, vernier calipers, lathe machines, saws. So all of that helped me when I went into my manufacturing side of it. Hadn't I learned those things, it would have been difficult for me to set up the factory and run it, because I knew these processes at the back of my hand. Also, throughout my career, I've been a proponent of self-learning. So when I practice architecture, I practice design, or I practice anything across in any business, including hospitality, I have to self-learn, and I have to self-learn more harder than the people who are qualified, because when they are qualified, they just have a degree. Whereas I have to implement various businesses, various strategies, including management. I've been constantly learning management through the years, and anywhere I can, like a sponge, I would absorb any kind of knowledge coming my way. So these are the Jimmy, things that are very important.
So Jimmy, for probably retail or specifically for architecture, did you do a course or any kind of learning for architecture? Anything which you studied for retail or manufacturing? Anything would you like to point out in terms of a curriculum or an education per se, which probably was your which you thought, or probably you did the other way, you went through a lot of learning process without getting into a course? But I think course where is important. I'm sure you have done a lot of that because you come from engineering background, but student here would also want to know how important it is education to be an entrepreneur and to be a true artist, transform into a businessman.
Online education, as much as you can get, it's a plethora of information available there. As much of information and knowledge you can get via the medium of education, it'll make your journey easier. You wouldn't have to struggle twice as hard as I've struggled if you keep learning constantly. And there are certain things that I wish I had done it about 10 years back. So for example, I would have done a program with Harvard Business School 10 years back. I wish I'd done it 10 years back. So there are programs that you need to keep appraising yourself constantly if you want to stay ahead of the curve. Even today, I'm going through non-stop learning, and be it in architecture, being inspired by somebody is one part, but getting into the depth of the learning is the second story. So I love to get into the depth of something and learn it. Be it architecture, or be it hospitality, or be it creating new brands, design thinking. I'm itching to someday go to Stanford School and learn design thinking. I've gone through a course with IDEO in design thinking.
So I was one of the few
students in India to do it.
So you would say that life is all about learning. You have to keep learning and learning and learning.
You have to.
Yeah. Okay, JB. So next point, we'll move faster on the subject. What do you think is the difference between? How would you point out difference between art and design? What would be a primary difference between design and art and design?
So if art is getting inspired, you don't need the engineering skill set and the execution skill set that you need in design. So being inspired and ideating is good enough as far as art and artist is concerned. But when it gets to executing that inspiration, that's where design gets different from art, because you need the skill set to execute the vision that you made. So you need that skill set to execute the vision that you made, and hence you need to learn the art of execution. I would suggest to all the students to be art of execution is not about executing a project, but that's overall management skill set of how to execute an idea. That's important.
I always follow, Jimmy, a philosophy of FFF, form follows function. Would you like to throw some light on that? FFF.
See, form and functionality are two sides of the same coin, but they need to be balanced. You need to have both the faces to the coin. Like how you can't have a coin with one face and blank on the other side. Form and functionality have to go hand in glove together. So if your designs are not functional, it doesn't matter how good the form is. And if the form is not good enough, your design will never be ergonomic, and your design will never be appealing across to the eyes of a human. So your form and functionality are interwoven together, and you need to decide. But I think everything falls into place. That's my belief system. As far as you have empathy in your thought process, in your ideas, the minute, even as an artist, even as a designer, even as an architect, the minute you have empathy and you design for others, for the well-being of others, and to uplift others, form and functionality fall into place. They become cohesive. So if you are, let me explain. If I was to design a jhopadi in Dharavi, for another designer, the aesthetics will be of no importance. It's a jhopadi. He's already given up. But I would want it to be the most prettiest jhopadi in Dharavi. That's my way of looking at it. So it's not the budget, it's not the amount, it's just that my desire to create something extraordinary would be across board in any situation. That's what is differentiating.
Fantastic. Let's, it's very important for us to understand the, how Jimmy would probably put being a designer first or an entrepreneur first. What he would value it more than being just either of them? What would he give more importance or value to?
See, if you're in the business of design, then design without being an entrepreneur and marrying the two together would never happen. If you're a successful designer, you have to be a good entrepreneur to be able to sell your designs. And hence, being design and entrepreneurship together is what it is all about. You can't take one and leave the other. You can't be just an entrepreneur and not care for design, because then you're fake. And you can't be just designing without making it commercially viable. You have to marry the two together.
Jimmy, tell me, looking at the current situation, and I'm one who always discourage everyone to talk about COVID and pandemic situations right now, which I think it brings too much of negativity, but it's a fact in life. But I think the value we should give to it is to reinvent, reboot, and realign ourselves, and try to restructure us, a current past learning or probably experience. And I think wisdom is more important than probably experience and knowledge today. So it's your wisdom is going to let you evolve and reboot your system to be something else, and to probably come out as a winner, as a survivor. How are you realigning, restructuring your organization in various 6-7 sectors, the spectrum of Della Group, to see the market shift when the market really opens up? How would you probably work around the demand and supply, and how would you probably, what you're doing currently is going to make you better as a brand, and probably will give without diluting, laying off, layoffs, or probably getting people not getting more jobs? Or how would you probably do that to keep the sustainability of a Della Group, to keep its brand value intact?
I think recalibration is the right word. We all need to recalibrate post-COVID. Things are very, very dynamic. Nothing is going to remain the same no matter what we say. Things will change whether we like it or not. Each of the businesses to stay ahead of the curve is super, super important. And that can be only done by recalibrating, learn, unlearn, and relearn. These are the three things that you need to do. And the more quicker you do it, the more faster you'll be able to adapt for the 2.0 post-lockdown. And each of the businesses, if you have to stay ahead of the curve, you need to innovate things. So if you're in hospitality, every hotel in the world is talking about sanitization, and sanitization to a point of insanity. I don't talk about it because we firmly believe we don't want to tell our guests and make the guests feel like entering an hospital. You are not entering a hospital. Hospitality and hospitals are two different things. So you need each of the businesses. Be it in a retail business, we are thinking how much more online can we do, and where do we draw the line between online and offline? So, or how do we blur the lines in our club between online and offline for lifestyle? So each of these businesses, it's very important to understand the current situation, recalibrate very quickly, stay ahead of the curve, innovate new products and processes and ways of working. We do all of that by engaging with our people. Like I said, I'm very, very close to my people. We have about 2,000 employees, and I'm super knit and close to them. We've gone through extensive amount of training. We've gotten faculty members after faculty members to give us the knowledge that we require, and we've taken all the people through. So we've spent some crazy about 3 to 4 hours a day in training.
So Jimmy, tell me a little bit about, maybe we'll have running a little short of time. I know we got onto a separate webinar exclusively with you with a masterclass probably. What do you, I come from one of my companies which I work in and run as a business is luxury weddings globally. So how is Della Group as a resort and the new adventure club camp, which is completely unique by itself, which you've created as a masterpiece? How are you adapting it to bring in that destination wedding and the business of keeping the wedding business safe for the clients and for the people who are going to be engaging into it?
So our hospitality business, almost 30% of our revenues come in from weddings and luxury weddings. We specialize in that particular segment along with corporate training. What we've done is we've realized that large weddings are now not going to happen, at least in the immediate recent future. So we've started focusing our energies on doing creative weddings and smaller weddings where the experiences of the large wedding can be captured, and yet the crowds will remain not more than 50 to 100 people. We are working constantly with designers. In fact, we are doing a webinar in the next 2 days, getting the finest wedding designers together in India on a common platform and discussing and ideating around how can we stay ahead of the curve? How can we get that experience? Because the couple who's getting wedded is not going to be able to say that we got wedded during COVID. They still want that lifelong experience and a feeling of a great luxury wedding.
Jimmy, we're going to touch base on our business strategy together offline on the wedding and hospitality and design separately. Coming to the kids and the students and the professionals and all the listeners, including myself, what would be your message for every student who wants to be getting into a world of creativity, design, and entrepreneurship? One message for everyone, and then we're going to wrap up this session.
Ignite the passion in your belly to such an extent that your belly is on fire, and let it stay on fire because there is no other way out. Unless and until the flames don't hurt you and you don't push yourself to a limit, you will not be able to achieve the dreams that you set on. Always set your eyes on dreams way, way, way higher. Never mediocreize your dreams and never settle for anything second in line or middle of the line. Things are difficult when you set your aim very high. Things are difficult for me even today after almost 24 years of being in this career. It's not easy. It's a very difficult world out there. But go ahead, achieve your dreams because nothing tastes as sweet as success.
Fantastic, Jimmy. It was a lovely having you over. Beautiful conversation. I think we're going to have more of these separately. And I would like to thank Edutainment Show for putting together such a great show. I think fabulous to bring the entire community, the people who probably want to learn more, inspire everyone, motivate everyone to keep learning, and probably you being one of the important people, I would say, to take inspiration and draw inspiration from. So it was lovely. Thank you, Sonam. And thank you, Deepak Chaudhary, for bringing us together. It was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Neelab,
thank you
Deepak,
so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. That was with us. What an insightful session, guys. I was awake and listening and making my notes throughout the session. Thank you so much. That was Jimmy Mistry giving us some really cool insights on design and entrepreneurship. He says it's very important to marry the two of them. One without the other wouldn't work. He also says, ignite the passion in your belly. I'm already feeling really motivated. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you so much, Neelab, for those well curated, finely curated questions. Thank you, Neelab Kapoor, Jimmy Mistry, for that fun conversation, enlightening conversation. Moving on to our next session today at the Edutainment show. But before that, if you haven't registered, everybody, please go ahead and register with us. Our next session is quite interesting, let me tell you. Radio as a career, my friends. You know, this reminds me of the words of the great Freddie Mercury. Radio, I'd sit alone and watch your light. My only friend through teenage nights. Radio, ladies and gentlemen, and all our friends and all our viewers watching today, is really going through, phenomenal changes with everything going digital. This might just be a great time to enter the radio broadcasting ecosystem, the radio broadcasting space. So today, moving on, I have some wonderful, wonderful guests from the radio fraternity here with us. The moderator of the panel on Radio as a Career, we have Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Chief Programming Officer, Fever FM, Radio 1, Radio Nasha. We're also going to have with us RJ Rishi K, a very dear friend. I've been listening to his soothing, wonderful voice, his baritone for years now. Radio host and producer Rishi K. We're going to be having with us RJ Rohini, radio presenter, MC host, and LGBTQ activist. Rohini, this is the Pride Month, and we all stand with you as a community. There's RJ Anurag Pandey, radio jockey. So everybody, please welcome our next panel on Radio as a Career.
Hi, my name is Jitendra Arora, and I'm a part of this unique learning ecosystem called DICE, Design, Innovation, Creativity and Entrepreneurship. You could probably add another E to DICE for Edutainment, because we have launched our own School of Entertainment Arts in collaboration with the prestigious Vancouver Film School. At DICE VFS School of Entertainment Arts, we currently offer 2 undergraduate programs, one in 3D animation and VFX and another in film production. The landscape of film production in India has changed drastically ever since international studios like Viacom, Sony, Fox Studios, Warner Brothers and recently Netflix have come into the scene. Together, they have not only changed the kind of content that we're getting to experience, but also the way this content is in fact created through the systems, work ethics and the processes that they have brought in. In such a scenario, we are happy for our association with Vancouver Film School, because we are confident we'll be able to produce filmmakers for tomorrow who would go into the industry and be a part of this globalized and ever-expanding universe of films and creativity, because from day one they will have the opportunity to experience the best of both the worlds, Hollywood and Bollywood, through what Vancouver has to offer and what Mumbai has to offer.
Well, my friends, our next session is extremely interesting. I am extremely kicked about this one. But I would like to start this session with the words of the great Freddie Mercury when he said, "Radio, I'd sit alone and watch your light, my only friend through teenage nights." Isn't it? Radio has really been a long lasting friend to all of us. And what better time to enter radio as an industry, radio broadcasting as an industry than now when everything's moving digital? There seems to be a whole digital explosion out there. And I can see radio jockeys and radio hosts everywhere throughout. I think this is a phenomenal time for the radio industry. And that's why our next panel, our next session is about radio as a career. And for that, we have an esteemed set of panelists and speakers here with us today. The moderator of the panel, we have our dear GS, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, happens to be the Chief Programming Officer, Fever FM, Radio 1, Radio Nasha, and happens to wear some really cool masks, guys. Don't miss that. Hi, GS. Thank you. We also have here with us.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having us over. And, we're all wearing masks because we are in the, we're in the age of social distancing. But just one word of caution कि अगर हम रेडियो वाले मास्क पहनने लगे तो हमारी आवाज कौन सुनेगा? So, of course, like I said, that we will need to unmask ourselves for this session because then you can hear us better. And for us, it's very important. The voice is very important to be heard. Can't hear you.
Second. And now Gaurav and his entire team of esteemed panelists are going to unmask and drop a lot of bombs about radio as a career. We also have RJ Rishi K, one of my favorite RJs in the country, radio host and producer, such a dear friend. And more than that, I've been listening to his voice on the radio forever. Thank you, Rishi, for being here with us.
Thank God you're not wearing a face mask. You would have deprived people of seeing your beautiful, luminous face. And as always, I keep telling you this, I can't marvel enough at your performing capabilities. You just nail it each time around. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rishi. We have RJ Rohini, radio presenter, MC host, and LGBTQ activist. Rohini, this is the Pride Month, and thank you for being here with us. Kisses, and we love you. There's RJ Anurag Pandey Ji. RJ, a radio jockey, famous radio jockey, stalwart, doesn't need a lot of introduction. Over to GS. Gaurav, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for having us all at the Edutainment show. Once again, Sonam, it's very hard to look at the other panelists if you're on screen. And I wouldn't mind that. So it's fine. Please stay there. I see these three almost every day. And I'm kind of sick and tired of seeing them every day. So it's a pleasure to see you, and just stay there. But really, hats off to Event Capital. Hats off to everyone who's put on this 8th edition of the Edutainment show, is what I've been informed. And thank you for having us over. Thank you for really this session, which is radio as a career. I just want to say that radio has kind of gone through its challenges. Way back in 1979, there was a song by the Bugles that said, "Video killed the radio star." Video died, video cassettes died, VHS died, DVD died, but radio is still there. And Sonam, like you said in 1984, that Queen said, all we do is Radio Gaga. And it is Radio Gaga, and it is still gagaing till today, which is 2020. In the middle, Hemish Reshamya also said कि मन का रेडियो बजने दे जरा, तो मन का रेडियो भी बज रहा है और सबके घरों में भी रेडियो बज रहा है. So radio has really seen, a turnaround. In fact, I would like to say that I know these are tough times for each one of us, but during this lockdown phase, if there's one medium that has actually grown, is radio. We've grown listenership by around 80-85%, which is why it's a fabulous place to be. आप देखिए तीनों को यहाँ पे, we've all kind of, जैसे बोलते हैं कि we need to adapt, we need to customize, and we've all done that. Radio as a medium, हम studio जाया करते थे to do our shows, to the office, but everyone's adapted. Look at everyone, they have their mics. The homes have become virtual studios now, and they're doing their shows every day live from the home, whether it's the crow that's going outside, whether it's the mother coming in with the chai and disturbing you, whether it's phone calls you're getting, but they're at it. So radio is that one non-stop medium. And so really a message to all of you who are listening, as a career, I think radio is just such a fabulous career. It's an age-old saying, but I believe in it. It's theater of the mind. Yeah, you can be what you want to be. You can make your listeners believe what you want them to believe, because radio is all theater of the mind. It's all here. And I have with me, I think, one of the most esteemed panelists of radio professionals. They all, if I collectively look at their, the experience that they have, it's more than 50 years of radio that the three of them combined bring to the medium, which is just absolutely fabulous. So I would want to introduce each one of them. I've had the privilege of working with all three of them. I still work with all three of them. They all come from three very different radio channels with different formats, different positionings. But look at the popularity. They say that radio is niche. It's not, because all three of them get in the kind of listenership that any other radio jockey or any other radio professional would be envious of. So first up, I would like to talk about a radio station called Radio Nasha. It plays cool retro songs from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's a Hindi music channel. And, waking everyone up in the morning. She hosts the morning show. She calls herself, what better than to call yourself Radio Ki Heroini? And she is Radio Ki Heroine, Radio Ki Heroini. The show she hosts is Jhakaas Mornings. Please put your hands together for the very talented Rohini. Rohini.
What's up?
What's up? You tell me, Rohini. Tell us a little bit. Tell everyone, because they're all students and I really want them to be excited about radio as a career. Tell them a little about your show.
Well, it is Jhakaas Morning, as the name suggests. It's supposed to give you a Jhakaas morning. We play the hits of the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s now, because guess what? Dil Chahta Hai is also retro. Years. And alongside that, of course, for right now, we're doing a lot of connecting with our audience, because COVID, I love the FIR medium nature of radio, because the minute something goes wrong with the city, it's like our antennas are up and we adapt, and radio is like water. You've got to constantly be moving, flowing. So I think that over the last 3 months, I have been doing my shows from home, number one. I've been reaching out to my wonderful audience through phone calls. It's so, it might seem really simple, but just a phone call makes such a big difference. Not your WhatsApps, not your Instagram, not your, Facebook. I actually call them. We're doing lots of news-based stuff, because there's so much misinformation at this point with regards to the COVID. And I think that getting a chance to do that alongside, keeping up the divangi of the music and the movies, that's pretty much what I've been doing in the last 3 months.
Fabulous. So can we play Rohini's audio, please, just to give you an idea of what Rohini is, what Radio Ki Heroini is all about?
हाय एवरीबॉडी, मैं हूं शाहरुख खान।
हाय, मैं हूं विद्या बालन।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं रणवीर सिंह।
हाय, मैं हूं रवीना टंडन।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं रमेश सिप्पी।
भाई दुनिया इनकी फैन होगी, लेकिन ये किनके दीवाने हैं, आइए सुनते हैं।
रोहिणी जैसी कोई नहीं, यू ऑलवेज बी माई फेवरेट।
रोहिणी मेरी रेडियो की हीरोइनी। रोहिणी, आई थिंक जो आप अपना शो करती है, माइंड ब्लोइंग करती है। मैं आपकी बहुत बड़ी फैन हूँ।
रोहिणी बड़ो झकास मॉर्निंग।
रोहिणी जैसी कोई नहीं।
मैं हूँ रोहिणी के साथ, और रोहिणी जैसा कोई नहीं।
मोना, इनको पहुंचा दो सोना। Just kidding.
आपकी मॉर्निंग्स को गुड से झकास बनाने वाली हमारी रेडियो की हीरोइनी रोहिणी को सुनिए हर सुबह 7 बजे से झकास मॉर्निंग्स पर, सिर्फ 91.9 FM रेडियो नशा। फिर वही दीवानगी।
मैं इस बात पर ये
we can't see you guys, but if you're at home right now, I think तालियां बजाते रहिए. Yeah, enjoy the session. It's all about radio. It's all about Radio Gaga, and hopefully I'm going to see a lot of you guys joining radio and making it your career, making it your profession. So that's really the aim. Okay, next up, I have to say that, if you have to kind of, if you rub shoulders with him, then you're bound to kind of get to meet and know the who's who of the industry. I think the most influential radio jockey in the entire country. He deals with a Bachchan Sahab and he deals with a Katy Perry also. And I think that's really the magic of this guy. He's been around for many, many years and really gets Bombay to a standstill every day in the morning. Well, if I technically was to say that Rohini and he would be competition, because she hosts the morning show and so does he. And his listenership, like I said, is the who's who, the industry, Bollywood, entertainment, financial people. They all swear by one name, and that name is Rishi K. Can we have his audio, please? Taaliyan sabse pehle.
94.3.
This is Good Morning Mumbai with Rishi K.
Chairman of the Godrej Group, Mr. Adi Godrej, for the first time ever on Indian radio. How do you unwind when you're away from work? What kind of music do you listen to, and what's your taste in cinema?
And I like cinema, and I do watch a lot, but I'm very fond of sports and being active. So I walk a lot. I used to jog a lot. I'm very fond of water sports. I still water ski every Sunday, and I used to be very fond of trekking at one time, but I played a lot of other sports, and I'm fond of watching sports also.
Will, who's the most talented in the Smith family? Raw talent. Your wife Jada, your kids Jaden, Willow, all performers.
Our family is an interesting group. It's always fun watching these kids grow and develop, and our conversations are colorful and exciting. And our kids are unique, and they have their own points of view. Always agree with mommy and daddy's, but it's colorful to say the least.
Virat, this is radio, so they can't see your tattoos. You have a fetish for tattoos. Please tell our listeners what the one on the bicep and the one on the forearm is. What symbol is it?
The one on the bicep is samurai, a Japanese samurai, and the one on the forearm is a Chinese symbol of faith. So I was fascinated by tattoos before a lot, but recently I haven't been interested in getting any more. I've had my share. I've sort of fulfilled that fantasy of getting tattoos. So I'm not really keen on getting any more. But the ones I have, I really like.
And it's my brother Ranveer Singh in the house.
Rishi K, my main man. He's my main man. He's my main man. Rishi K, wait, Rishi K, wait. You're not just my main man. And you're not just my main man like now, like recently. You're my main man since I was a kid. You're the main man of Indian radio for like ever. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rishi K.
And I have to tell you, before Rishi says something, that he was so influenced by Rishi K that he kind of decided to become a radio jockey himself, and he's actually on Radio 1 and he hosts the show Get Some Sun, all thanks to Rishi K. So Rishi, welcome.
Well, he's a good boy and you're a good man. Gee. I have to say that for all of you who didn't know, the voice after Rohini's patches of brilliance was actually Gaurav Sharma's. So, and if you think he's just chief programming officer for 3 of India's eminent radio stations, you have to catch him on a gig called The Night Shift that happens weeknights on Radio 1, 9 p.m. onwards. It's like the definitive classic show. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And now, I'm going to introduce my third panelist, and my God, he is, I think, Anurag, तुम्हारे बारे में मैं क्या कहूँ? मतलब, if Bollywood stands for anything, it actually should change to Pollywood, because it is Picture Pandey, it is Anurag. He runs Bollywood. He, I think, can get you an interview with just about anyone in the film industry. The Indian film industry has been doing radio for the longest period of time. In fact, enamored by radio. He will tell us about how he started off by listening to radio, and he would go to shops and he would go to neighbors' homes just to listen to the magic of the voice that came out of the radio set. Someone who is truly enamored by the medium, and today is a superstar of radio. He has a show called Picture Pandey. Literally, like I said, that Bollywood is his. He is Bollywood, and he is one of the most definitive radio jockeys and stands for something. It's very important for a radio jockey to stand for something, and I think he stands for positivity for Bollywood. So can we hear it for Picture Pandey or Anurag Pandey? And can we have his audio, please?
आइए सुनते हैं पिक्चर पांडे के लिसनर्स उनके बारे में क्या कहते हैं। मलाड से माधुरी दीक्षित।
पिक्चर पांडे हिट है जी, हिट है। आई थिंक द फर्स्ट टाइम आई मेट अनुराग, मैंने उनसे कहा था कि इज ब्रिलियंट।
बैंड्रा बैंडस्टैंड से सलमान खान।
ऐसी बातें करने से तो अपने आप को असली पांडे समझता है। ठीक है, अनुराग पांडे एक जुगाड़ करते हैं। मैं हूँ असली पांडे, चुलबुल पांडे, सलमान खान और बाकी लोग असली पांडे तू बन ले। ऐसी मुंबई का असली पांडे तू ही है।
परेल से प्रियंका चोपड़ा।
एक दोस्त हैं तो मैं उनको काफी अच्छे से जानती हूँ, लेकिन हिज सेंस ऑफ
focus is tremendous. Homework करते हैं, prep करते हैं, इतना inspirational होता है कि you also want to do really good work, you know.
चेंबूर से रणबीर कपूर।
आप आज की जो मसाले फिल्म हो ना, आप वैसे किस्म के आरजे हो, आइटम यहाँ से लेते हो, वहाँ से लेते हो, फिर उसको मजेदार बना के एक शो को प्रेजेंट करते हो। बहुत ही दिग्गज रेडियो जॉकी हो।
बांद्रा से शाहरुख खान।
अनुराग, मुझे अपनी आवाज दे दो और मेरी सारी सुपर पावर्स ले लो। ये आवाज मुझे दे दो पांडे।
कांदिवली से करीना कपूर।
Very, 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 very nice person. जिस तरह से उनका करिश्मा है, I think it's really, really unique.
तानपाड़ा से संजय दत्त।
यार अनुराग पांडे, तुम मेरे और मेरे मॉम डैड के बारे में सब कुछ जानता है यार। इतना तो मैं भी नहीं जानता।
जुहू से अमिताभ बच्चन।
मैं तो ऐसा मान रहा हूँ अनुराग की आपकी आवाज तो मेरी आवाज से ज्यादा बेहतर है।
पांडे से बच के रहिएगा, इसके ज्ञान में है दम, तो पांडे से पंगा मत लेना।
आप मेरा नेचर जानते ही हैं। आ रहे हैं इंडिया के नंबर 1 बॉलीवुड रेडियो जॉकी। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए रेडियो की दुनिया के अनुराग पांडे और पिक्चर पांडे।
सब तालियां बजा रहे हैं।
या क्या, मैं जानता था बहुत कम लोग रहेंगे, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि मैं खुद ही तालियां बजवा देता हूँ।
Anurag, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you.
So Anurag and Rishi and Rohini, welcome. And this is about radio as a career. I want to kind of tell everyone that we will be speaking in either Hindi or English, though Rishi and Rohini can break into Tamil also once in a while. But we will be speaking in these two languages. And just to let you know that radio is not just about radio jockeying. You have different functions within radio. You have a music manager, someone who plays all the music. So, if you're fond of music and if you love your music, you get in touch with music companies, you decide on what music needs to play, then you could become a music manager. You have a producer. A producer is really the principal of the show. The producer is the one who runs, who's the force behind each and every show. So each of the presenters that we're talking about, they all have producers. They collaborate, they discuss, what needs to they plan the show. So you have producers, you have production engineers or sound engineers, as you know them. They're the ones who put everything together. So you heard their promos, they're created by a production engineer. You of course have writers, you have creative writers who write the promos, who write scripts for shows that kind of go on air. So this is the entire team. You also, of course, you also have sales heads, you have marketing people, you have programming heads. Once you get a little senior, then you get promoted and you become the person who runs the show and he takes all the decisions. So these are the various teams. There are the various functions that form a radio station. So it's not just about radio jockeying. And all three of them, I would like to say that they've all done some other role before they've kind of eventually settled into becoming radio jockeying, and they've all decided to do that. So, अब मैं शुरू करना चाहूँगा. Anyone can answer. What is it that, according to you, what is it that you need to do to become a successful radio professional? Anyone?
चलिए पांडे जी शुरू कीजिए.
आई थिंक बहुत बेसिक है कि अगर आप में, जैसा हमने बचपन में सुनते हैं ना, किसी को जब भी कोई बोलता है तू बहुत बोलता है, तू रेडियो जॉकी क्यों नहीं बन जाता है, तो रेडियो में काम क्यों नहीं करता. अधिकतर ये गलत फहमी है लोगों की. लोग कहते हैं जो ज्यादा बोलता है वो अच्छा रेडियो जॉकी बन सकता है, जबकि बिल्कुल गलत बात है. जो जितना कम और जितना अच्छा बोलता है वो अच्छा रेडियो जॉकी बन सकता है. तो मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि सबसे पहले शुरुआत वहीं से होती है कि आप कितना अच्छा बोलते हो. तो आप लोग अपने आप आपको समझ में आने लगता है कि यार मैं अच्छा बोलता हूँ, मेरी अच्छी आवाज है, और खासतौर से जो मैं बोलता हूँ वो लोगों को कम्युनिकेट हो पाता है. तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग. ये बहुत जरूरी है कि आप कम्युनिकेट अच्छा कर पाएं. अच्छे कम्युनिकेटर हैं कि नहीं है, ये इंपॉर्टेंट.
I want to add to that by saying that apart from your communication skills, you have to be incredibly well read. Gaurav made a very important point, and all your students would appreciate that, saying, over the sands of time, radio broadcasting has changed. Till about 10 years ago, you'd come in listening to a radio show saying, पांडे जी के वो 10 गाने कौन से हैं जो वो आज बजाएंगे, रोहिणी कौन से गाने आज सुनाने वाली है, ऋषि के कौन से वो गाने चुन कर बजाने वाला है. I'm not saying you don't come for that, you still do, but you have other sadhan, जिसे कहते हैं, to get your curation of playlists. So it's become even more important, the role of a radio professional, because what we're doing now is a cross between podcasting एंड म्यूजिक क्यूरेशन. जो स्ट्रीमिंग सर्विसेज हैं वो या तो पॉडकास्टिंग करते हैं या म्यूजिक स्ट्रीमिंग करते हैं. हम दोनों का मिश्रण है. And that's how radio has evolved through the sands of time, and that's something you need to keep at the topmost of your mind.
Thank you, Rishi. I think I'll add to that as well. I think it's discipline. You need to be a disciplined person. You know, the idea of waking up every day. Radio is a daily job. It's like dincharya, as they say in Hindi. It's like waking up, brushing your teeth. I wake up, brush my teeth. Sometimes I don't bathe, but I get to my radio studio at 6:45 in the morning because I just think that the ethics of radio programming is its habit listening, right? You know, they're habituated to listening to me at a certain time every morning. And I've been on air now. I don't want to say how long, but let's just say it's been many, many years since Gaurav Sharma put me on the air. Okay, it's been 14 years. All right. And in these 14 years, I have never woken up a single day not wanting to get to the studio, not wanting to go on air. And that is the most often asked question. Okay, what motivates you? You know, why do you want to go on air every day? It's my job. You know, let's not look at just the glamour of it. It's also a discipline. It's also the commitment that you have to your listeners. So I think discipline and commitment, these are two things that I'd like to talk about.
Okay, you know, we're also going to kind of keep asking, you know, there are a lot of questions that are coming in. I'm reading one. Professor Dr. Shalini Verma says, how would radio compete, co-create with podcast? I would put it the other way around. Like Rishi said, podcast needs to compete with us because you know, exactly he's answered it. You know, there are so many today, you have mediums that either give you music or give you podcasts, which is basically talk without music. And I think radio gives you everything. So really, you know, and I mentioned right at the beginning that radio is a medium that stood the test of time because यहाँ पे information मिलती है, आपके local news मिलती है, fake news नहीं मिलती है. If you want to know where to go and buy something, you get to know about offers, you get discounts, you have your celebrities who come in, you have influencers who come in, plus you have the radio jockeys who become friends. They become your most trusted friends who you want to listen to on a regular basis. And now there's obviously digital also. So we are becoming, you know, radio plus digital. So I don't think there's any competition there. I think radio kind of stands out because it has the power of a lot of things put together. There's another gentleman who's requested saying that FM is considered young and energetic. He's in his early 40s, but he's young at heart. What are the chances for someone to join in his early 40s? यार ये screen देख लो यार. ये screen देख लो. We're not going to give our ages, but we're all, you know, we're all on the other side of the 30s. I think Rohini is 25, Anurag is 21, Rishi is the only
19.
82, and I am like, you know, 98. So देखो यार, and we are most colorful. हमारे colors देख लो. So yeah, anyone wants to answer this? Is there an age required to join radio?
No.
अनुराग क्या कहना चाहोगे?
मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगा, उसके पीछे रीजन है. एक बहुत बढ़िया शब्द गौरव आपने बोला था, रेलेवेंट. आप 40 साल के हैं या 44 साल के हैं या 80 साल के हैं, अगर आप रेलेवेंट हैं आज की तारीख में, समाज के लिए, सोसाइटी के लिए, दिस इज द की थिंग. आप हमेशा याद रखिए कि आप कोई सी भी उम्र में हो, अगर आप 19 साल की भी हैं लेकिन रेलेवेंट नहीं हैं तो मतलब नहीं है. तो आप जो भी लोग रेडियो में काम करना चाहते हैं, जो बढ़ना चाहते हैं, वो आप अपने आसपास के समाज को देखिए. और बहुत अच्छी लाइन बोली गौरव आपने कि दोस्त हैं. न्यूज चैनल जो न्यूज एंकर होते हैं वो दोस्त नहीं हो सकते हैं आपके. बाकी जितने भी लोग पॉडकास्ट होते हैं वो कहीं बोल रहा है और कोई सुन रहा है, लेकिन रेडियो ऐसा मीडियम है कि आपका दोस्त आपके साथ बात कर रहा है. क्या करना, अच्छा ऐसा करना, नहीं ऐसा नहीं, ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं हम लोग. जैसे आपका परिवार, आपका पड़ोसी बात करता है, ऐसा रेडियो जॉकी होता है. तो 40 आपने बोल के क्या बोल रहे हो यार? 40 तो बहुत ही कम उम्र है. प्लीज आप अमीन सैनी साहब को देखिए, आज भी रेडियो करते हैं, क्या कमाल है.
I'd like to add to this. Shubhrajit from Bengaluru has asked this question. Shubhrajit, somebody like Gaurav Sharma, who's our moderator, will be sensitive to the fact, because he is a programming person, he hires people on a daily basis, that seldom does he look at the age of the person, but more the focus and the drive of the person. I'll give you a classic example. All of you students who are listening in, it's more important for us that you come in for a radio job with a single-minded focus of doing radio. Often enough, Gaurav and Rohini and Anurag, you'll agree with me, you'll find people walking through the doors saying कि यार मैं तो actually बॉम्बे एक्टर बनने आया था, मैं सोच रहा हूँ दोपहर का शो या रात का शो कर लूँ, कुछ पॉकेट मनी पा लूँ, भाड़ा किराया निकल जाएगा और मैं ऑडिशन के लिए जाता रहूँगा. The second breed is people who pass out of communications institute who want to be news broadcasters, the next Arnab or Barkha or Rajdeep, and they say, you know, अच्छा मेरे CV पे अच्छा लगेगा, let me do some time at a radio station, and you know that's why they come in. The reason that we most appreciate is people coming in for the sake of doing radio and not using it as a stepping stone to get into acting, or you know, if it happens as a byproduct naturally, that's okay. But just to say that I'm here to bide my time before getting into the news, or you know, before getting an acting career going, is something that you know, we don't appreciate. So irrespective of what your age is, just make sure that your love and your passion for the medium is there.
You know, Gaurav, can I answer this really popular question, which I get asked all the time on every panel? Like, how do you become a radio jockey? How do you crack the interview? How do you get a job? Now, see, I'll tell you the problem or the complexity with being a radio professional. See, when if you meet Lady Gaga or if you meet Ayushmann Khurrana, you're not gonna dare ask them this. कि sir actor कैसे बनते सर बताइए ना. You know, because it's very clear these are superstars and there is a combination of luck, hard work, you know, and a lot of things that go behind the scenes. Now, because we are radio professionals, and I really blame the medium for keeping it too humble, you know, too humble. We should have just always called ourselves the superstars. They're radio stars, you know, they're radio stars. So then this question would never come to you. You know why? Because it's the same thing. It's the same process. To be where, you know, and I would say this with absolutely no humility at this point, to be sitting here on this panel, it's not a matter of, oh, you know, how did you get a job? It's not a job, yeah. It's really not a job. It's always been that X factor. And I'm sure Gaurav would be in the best position to answer this, because he might be able to tell us what he finds in people before he puts them on air, because that is probably an easier question to answer. But if you ask radio jockeys, we don't know. We had a Gaurav Sharma, you know, so.
Yeah, so well, yeah, it is a difficult question, but I think it all comes down to पहले तो आपको, you know, a lot of people say कि वो, you know, बच्चन साहब auditioned for AIR और उनको नौकरी मिली नहीं, but you know, I don't think there was anything wrong with his voice. I think वो, you know, लोग, but it is कि he probably was not auditioning for the show or for something that suited his voice.
First, they don't know the story. There are students here. They may not know what this amazing story.
Okay. So, you know, there is a saying that, you know, Amitabh Bachchan, and everyone knows who's Amitabh Bachchan, you know, that, and he has probably one of the finest voices, and we're all inspired by him. In fact, मैं तो खुद का कहूँगा कि I have kind of grown up just listening to his audio, not watching him, but listening to it. I think इतनी स्पष्ट भाषा, you know, किसी भी actor की नहीं है. In fact, he's so comfortable in English and Hindi, and you know, that's something that I think everyone on this panel again has been inspired by him for. So he, you know, on his early days, pre-Bollywood days, he wanted to get into radio. He wanted to become, he auditioned for a radio presenter with All India Radio, and he didn't get in. और you know, लोग अब भी मजाक उड़ाते हैं कि यार वो कौन था जिसने उनका ऑडिशन कैंसिल किया, but you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with the person who, because you know, who didn't select him, because शायद जिस चीज के लिए वो ऑडिशन कर रहे थे उनकी आवाज उसके लिए सूटेड नहीं थी. तो it is very important. It's like the role. आज आपको वही रोल मिलेगा जिसके लिए आप सूटेड हो. Ayushmann gets the roles that he's suited for. Ranveer will always get the roles that he's suited for. So it's very important. You have to first realize कि realistically कि मेरी आवाज क्या है, मेरी आवाज किस किस्म की है. What does it suit? There is a night voice, there is a morning voice, there is an afternoon voice, there is an evening voice. इसलिए music भी ऐसा होता है. Happy songs है, sad songs है. So you have to first identify कि मेरी आवाज क्या है. और अगर आपको खुद नहीं पता, तो आप किसी रेडियो प्रोफेशनल के पास जाइए या घर पे पूछिए. आस्क योर मदर एंड फादर कि यार ये मेरी आवाज जो है, डज इट मेक यू हैप्पी, डज इट मेक यू सैड, डज इट मेक यू इमोशनल, एंड यू विल बी एबल टू फिगर आउट कि हाँ ये स्पॉट है, ये स्वीट स्पॉट है मेरा. एंड वंस यू डिस्कवर्ड योर स्वीट स्पॉट, then you will get the right job at the right place with the right radio station. So that is really what it takes. I want to ask the three of you that, you know, again, a lot of people are asking कि nowadays it's not just about radio. अब पहले कहते थे कि आपको देखना जरूरी नहीं है, सिर्फ आवाज important थी, but now it's radio plus digital. प्लस इट्स लाइव इवेंट्स, इवेंट्स भी हैं, डिजिटल भी है, सोशल मीडिया भी है और रेडियो है, एंड एवरीथिंग कम्स टुगेदर जो आज हम कर रहे हैं. हम 15 साल पहले सोच नहीं सकते कि people would be watching us doing a seminar, right? So how do you rate the importance of social media and radio?
Well, my favorite joke is, Gaurav, that before the whole digital revolution happened, people used to hear me sound like George Clooney, and they thought that I looked like George Clooney. Till eventually the cameras came on and they saw an overweight Madrasi on a mic, and it all went downhill from there, and it's never stopped. So, jokes apart, it's here to stay. I mean, it's not just the voyeuristic aspect of having a guest in studio and your listeners wanting to know what Deepika Padukone is wearing today, or what is Mr. Anand Mahindra's tie color. Are they drinking coffee in studio or not? But also, just trying to get a feel of the mechanics of the radio show and the radio studio. So it has, over the sands of time, become an audio-visual kind of medium, though the mystery element of pure audio cannot be negated. So I think the ideal mix is what we are doing right now as a network, whether it's Fever or Radio 1 or Nasha, is that we understand that the radio is our prime focus, but we use digital channels, we use the visual medium to push people to the radio and to amplify it, and also give alternate sources of revenue to the station, because in tough times, and these students, you must understand this, that irrespective of what profession you join for your passion, the commercial aspect of it assumes importance after a point of time, especially in a COVID crisis like we're going through right now. And the more zariyas that you have to monetize, the better for the radio station and eventually yourself, Gaurav.
Yeah. Another thing I want to add, because I know that there are all students who are listening, please remove the myth that you need to have a good voice.
Correct.
A good voice is to me personally, it's the last parameter I look for if I am shortlisting a radio jockey. Yeah? The parameters that I would look for is, are you a good listener? Are you a good communicator? Are you, like Rishi said, do you have information about are you well read? Do you know about everything else? Those are the three most parameters. And are you endearing? जब आप किसी से बात कर रहे हैं, does he or she want to listen to you? देखिए, आवाज पहले जमाने में इंपॉर्टेंट हुआ करती थी बिकॉज वो आपको स्टैंड आउट करवाती, लेकिन आज तो सबके पास अच्छी आवाज है यार. आवाज इज नॉट द की क्राइटेरिया. इट इज, लाइक आई सेड, अबाउट हाउ यू आर एबल टू कम्युनिकेट, और आप किस तरह से अपनी बात को 40 या 50 सेकंड में कह पाते हैं. आर यू एबल टू डू दैट? तो रोज घर पे प्रैक्टिस कीजिए. सबसे पहले तो न्यूज़पेपर उठाइए, और या फिर इफ यू हैव अ डिजिटल न्यूज़पेपर, उसको पढ़िए रोज एंड रीड इट आउट लाउड. स्टार्ट रीडिंग आउट लाउड और अपने आप को रिकॉर्ड कीजिए. दैट इज द फर्स्ट थिंग टू डू. सेकेंडली, स्टार्ट विथ फ्रेंड्स, स्टार्ट प्लेइंग द रेडियो गेम. टेल पीपल दैट ओके यू आर अ कॉलर. उनको बोलिए आपको फोन करें और आप उनसे बात कीजिए. देखिए, रेडियो एक लाइव मीडियम है. यहाँ पे रीटेक होते नहीं. जिस तरह से हम यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं, देयर आर नो रीटेक्स. जो हम कह रहे हैं वो हम कह रहे हैं, वो जनता सुन रही है. और चीजों में आपके रीटेक होते हैं, रेडियो पे रीटेक्स नहीं होते. जब रणबीर कपूर आता है अनुराग पांडे को मिलने, या फिर जब विल स्मिथ आते हैं ऋषिके को मिलने, और या फिर on Rohini show you have almost all the stars who kind of come in, then it is all live. They are also judging you. वो आपको जज कर रहे हैं, वो भी देख रहे हैं कि इनमें क्या काबिलियत है. सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जब लिसनर आपको सुन रहा है, दे वांट टू नो कि आज अगर लॉकडाउन के बारे में कोई खबर है तो आप कितनी अच्छी तरीके से उस बात को कह सकते हैं. बिकॉज एवरीथिंग देयर इज अ वे ऑफ डूइंग इट. सो एवरीथिंग लाइज विद द एग्जीक्यूशन. आप अपने एग्जीक्यूशन पे ध्यान दीजिए. ये मत देखिए वो पैकेजिंग क्या है. पैकेजिंग वो सब बाद में आती है. आप किसी भी एक्टर को भी देख लिए, सबसे पहले उन्होंने लोगों का मन जीता, या सिंगर्स उन्होंने मन जीता अपनी आवाज या अपने स्टाइल या अपने सिंगिंग से, अपने हुनर से. उसके बाद पैकेजिंग आती है. एंड रिमेंबर, ट्राई टू डेवलप दैट एक्स फैक्टर अबाउट यू. ऋषि के का एक एक्स फैक्टर मैं आपको बताऊंगा. I mean, he is so well informed कि कोई भी ऋषिके से बात करेगा, he will always feel कि wow, I can have a conversation with ऋषिके. They want to have a conversation with ऋषिके. A big quality of Rohini, she is so approachable. She is so bright and lovely. मतलब अगर आप कभी भी, if you're ever feeling low, everyone wants to talk to her. Listeners want to call her क्योंकि यार सुबह सुबह I'm having a bad day. मैं किससे बात करूं? मैं रोहिणी से बात करता हूं. ये उसकी X factor. और अनुराग का देखिए, he's got that calm. है पिक्चर पांडे, larger than life, but if you speak to him, there is एक धैर्य आती है आवाज. And he makes or Bollywood में he speak to a Varun and an Alia, and he will speak to a Dharmendra also and a Jitendra also, and he makes everyone feel comfortable. But मैंने तीनों के बारे में कहा feel comfortable. मैंने उनकी आवाज के बारे में बात ही नहीं की. It's about how endearing they are, how approachable they are, and how good a communicator they are. तो ये इन चीजों पे आप ध्यान रखिए. It is very important. So that's what I would say to all budding RJs. There's another question that's come in that there are limited vacancies in radio. हाँ मतलब वो तो हर industry में limited vacancies हैं. But you can always apply. आप हर radio station की एक HR department होती है, human resource department. आप वहाँ पे apply कीजिए. And of course you will be heard. Like I said कि radio is in fact a dynamic medium क्योंकि आवाज का है. उसमें चाहे आप 15 साल के हो या 55 साल के हो, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. We are always looking out for talent. वो X factor हम हमेशा ढूंढ रहे हैं. And that is how it happens. Look at Ayushman. Ayushman started off as a radio jockey. And Rishi K put it very nicely कि he didn't start off to become a television or a film star. वो radio jockey था. वहां से उसका career एक दूसरे level में create हुआ. So always think radio has to be your first love. और radio के साथ अगर आप थोड़ा theater करें तो even better. Again, all the people who are on this group, they have all done theater in some form or the other क्योंकि एक ये discipline है जो आपको teamwork सिखाता है. ये एक discipline है जो आपको extempore बनना सिखाता है. वो एक discipline है जो आपको अलग it tells you to adapt to different situations. So I think it's very important. Tell me, guys, what was the kida that got you into radio? I'm sure a lot of people would want to know, and start from a little behind because everyone was not from Bombay. Everyone didn't want to kind of become radio jockeys. I want you guys to talk about your personal journeys.
Gaurav, I think I should start because I remember when I was just out of college. In college, I was like singing or dancing a bahut shauq tha, and I would do like all my elocution and everything. But I remember doing this show and it's about saying yes. And that is the biggest lesson that I want to say. This kida comes from the willingness to say yes to new things, not being afraid of things. So somebody asked me in college, will you host Malhar, which was in St. Xavier's College, which is our college festival? I said, yes. Then someone said, acha, हमने आपको मल्हार पे देखा था. Would you like to host a radio show? And you will not believe my first radio show, Gaurav's the only person in the whole world who's heard a recording. It was called Bahar Di Roti Desh Da Swad. It was actually, can you believe it, a radio show that was packaged in maker chambers in Cuff Parade, at Anish Trivedi's studio. And it would be sent to the NRI audience. तो मेरे को पता भी नहीं था 500 रुपए एक शो के मिलते थे. I'd be like great pocket money. But I had so much confidence. I took that cassette. Or that at that time it was a CD, obviously. And I met Gaurav Sharma and I said, ye lo, ye suno. He said, I will give you a job, but please know it's not because of this. But it is the passion of saying yes. Because I remember I was in the middle. I did media school. I went to St. Xavier's College. I'm an MA in English literature. I also did, social communication media at Sapphire College. Very, very important, education in my life. And then I made a documentary film. And it was in Marathi. And it was called Kahani Amsa Panyachi. And for that, I lived in a gaon in Maharashtra for 6 months. And the UN bought this documentary. And I'm like, but what is common to all of this is that need of being a communicator, right? And suddenly someone said to me, there's a radio station starting. Would you like to go apply? And I said, please, I'm like a Xavierite. I'm like, Bhaiya, pav mein dil ko bat nahi hona chahiye. That was my hint. All right. And I remember meeting Gaurav and I literally forced him. Do you remember, Gaurav? I just started calling you boss 15 years ago. I was just like, so can I come to work tomorrow? And then he's like, you haven't got the job yet. And I love it. I love it. Whenever I tell the story, I look back at myself and I was like, wow, man. Like, you really wanted to do something and you made everybody give you a job. That was my journey.
That's a wrong journey to give everyone. मतलब लोग अब मुझे तंग करना शुरू कर देंगे. Before Rishi and before Anurag, you say that Deepak who's kind of asked, and I think again it's a very good question because it just shows the power of radio. दूसरे जो mediums हैं उसमें आपका जब shot आता है, जब आपकी shooting होती है तब आप करते हो. Here you have to do your show every day. You have to wake up in the morning and be bright and be positive and reach out to the city. No matter what, we all going through personal challenges, but that never comes through. And it's not key once in 10 days. It is every day, day on day. And he said that, we are very thankful for them to operate from home. But, how do you do this every day and how do you find that strength? What inspires you? So, Rishi, obviously, we want to know about your radio journey, but we also want to know what is it that and this is, I think, a huge human lesson for everyone.
Big ups to D and his team who put out the Edutainment show. Thank you for having us. And, it's only appropriate that you would ask this very, very meaningful question. D, this is what I tell everybody who wants to make radio a career. You have to bat like Rahul Dravid. Or if you want to leave the retro and come into the present times, you have to bat like Cheteshwar Pujara. You can hit sixes now and then like a Virender Sehwag or a Sachin Tendulkar, or you can hit sixes now like a Virat Kohli or a Hardik Pandya. But fundamentally, you've got to be in it for the long haul. You've got, like Rahul Dravid is known as the wall. You just have to come in day after day and do your job. Put your head down and do that. So I think pretty much that kind of sums up what you need to do. The mental fortitude and the discipline to have it. And Rohini said this right at the top. Anushasan, discipline. अगर वो नहीं है आपके पास तो आप ये नहीं कर पाएंगे. Glamorous लगता है ये, लेकिन इसे बार बार करना, इसे दोहराना, to do the right things every day and yet being able to innovate, I think is a combination of discipline and stamina. There are days when you're just having a really, really rough day, but you've got to take a few deep breaths and just bring your mind to the present moment. It almost in a meditative fashion. अगर आप अतीत के बारे में सोचें या भविष्य के बारे में सोचें तो आप काम नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो वर्तमान में रहकर with a great amount of present moment awareness, you have to execute what you have to execute. अनुराग कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में कि ये सहन शक्ति कहाँ से लाते हैं आप लोग रोज ये काम करने का?
मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि जब रात को सोता है इंसान और सुबह उठता है, मैं हमेशा लोगों को कहता हूँ कि कुछ ना कुछ आपके पास होना चाहिए जो आप लोगों को टच, मूव और इंस्पायर कर पाए लोगों को. और वो बहुत जरूरी है कि कुछ कहने की आदत अगर एक रेडियो जॉकी में नहीं है, ये किसी भी इंसान में नहीं है. कई लोग कागज के माध्यम से लिख देते हैं, पेपर में राइटिंग कर देते हैं, कई लोग सिंगिंग के जरिए कर देते हैं, लेकिन हम रेडियो जॉकी और नॉर्मली साधारण इंसान भी बोल के करता है. तो मैं जब सुबह उठता हूँ तो मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि आज मैं रेडियो में क्या बोलूं कि लोग इंस्पायर हो जाएं, मैं क्या ऐसा बोलूं कि एंटरटेन हो जाए, मैं क्या ऐसा बोलूं कि लोगों को लगे वाह ये क्या बात बोली. तो बस मेरा मकसद ये होता है कि जब मैं रेडियो स्टेशन में जाता हूं तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यार मैं आज किन लोगों को मैं टच करूंगा, किन लोगों को मैं मूव करूंगा, किन को इंस्पायर करूंगा.
अनुराग तुम बताओ, हाउ डिड यू, तुम्हें कहां से चस्का चढ़ा रेडियो? बिकॉज सब सोचते होंगे कि यार रेडियो इज ऑल अबाउट बिग सिटीज, दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, सब हम यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं. पर तुम बताओ कि रेडियो का जो कीड़ा है वो तुम्हें कहाँ से लगा?
ओके, तो क्या था कि हम लोग गवर्नमेंट, मेरे फादर डॉक्टर हैं, गवर्नमेंट में थे, हम लोग रूम्स में रहते थे. तो मेरे कुछ 4 नौकर थे और मम्मी पापा टीवी में फिल्में देखा करते थे बचपन में, लेकिन हम लोगों को अलाउ नहीं था. हम लोगों को सिर्फ पढ़ाई करो दूसरे कमरे में जाके. तो जो वहां पढ़ते थे लेकिन जो लॉक था वो टूटा हुआ था वहां पे, तो उसमें से कान छन छन के वहां के जो आती है आवाज एक्टरों की वो मेरे कान में पड़ती थी और मैं उन आवाजों को कैप्चर कर लेता था और जाके सुबह अपने स्कूल में मिमिक्री करता था. अरे तो कमाल हो गया है. अरे बोलते थे अरे ये तो अमजद खान है, तो मैं लिखता था अमजद खान. अच्छा अमजद खान का क्या रे जानता नहीं क्या हमने कौन ही है, बोले मिथुन. तो मैं जाके मिथुन लिखता था. मैंने इनको देखा नहीं था, मैं इनको जानता नहीं था किसी को. तो मैं वही कहता हूँ कि टैलेंट एक ऐसी चीज है ना, कहीं पर भी फेंक दीजिए आप, वो थोड़ा सा पानी, थोड़ा सा मिट्टी, थोड़ा सा धूप लगेगी, वो निकल के आ ही जाएगा, चाहे कैसे भी आएगा वो. उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि ये तो मैं जाके मिमिक्री करने लगा तो मुझे मालूम नहीं था, मैं 35 वॉइसेस निकाल लेता था. 35 आवाजें निकाल लेता था, लेकिन मैं जानता नहीं था किसी को उस जमाने में कि ये कौन है एक्टर, लेकिन हाँ ये जानता, अरे बेटा ये क्या कर रहे हो, वो सब मिमिक्री करता रहता था। फिर बचपन में बीमार रहता, तो मैं हमेशा लेटा रहता था, तो मेरे घर में अलाउ था रेडियो सुन सकते हैं आप। तो जब मैं थोड़ा बड़ा हुआ, मैं इंदौर में गया, तो मैं आकाशवाणी में, मुझे आज भी याद है कि आकाशवाणी में खड़े होके मैंने कहा कि वो शर्मा जी हैं क्या? तो आकाशवाणी इंदौर में बोला कि शर्मा जी? बोला नहीं नहीं, अब यहाँ से जाओ, शर्मा जी नहीं, वो मंडे को आएंगे। तो मैं समझ गया कि यहाँ शर्मा जी थे, कोई है यहाँ पे, क्योंकि शर्मा जी और वर्मा जी मध्य प्रदेश में, राजस्थान में, यूपी में हर जगह पाए जाते हैं। तो मैंने कहा कि यहाँ पे शर्मा जी तो हैं। फिर मंडे गया, फिर उसके बाद मैंने धीरे धीरे फिर मैंने अपनी इंटरव्यू दिया। मैंने कहा कि उन्होंने मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया कि तुम मिमिक्री बहुत अच्छी करते हो, करो। मैंने करा, लेकिन मैंने कहा कि मुझे इंटरेस्ट इंटरव्यू देने में नहीं है, मुझे इंटरव्यू लेना है लोगों का। तो उन्होंने कहा कि इंटरव्यू लेना मतलब क्या है, तुम तो अच्छी मिमिक्री करते हो। मैंने नहीं नहीं, मुझे ये, मैं क्या इंटरव्यू दूंगा, मैं लोगों का इंटरव्यू करना चाहता हूँ। तो मैं 9th का था उस समय, बहुत ही छोटा बच्चा था मैं तो उस समय। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है मैं आपको बताएंगे। फिर वो आकाशवाणी में जोड़ता चला गया, फिर ऐसे हुआ शुरुआत हुई। और फिर मैं बेस्ट शूटर, मैंने कंपटीशन में नेशनल टॉप किया था, तो मेरा उन्होंने इंटरव्यू किया। फिर मैंने कहा कि नहीं मुझे इंटरव्यू देना नहीं, मुझे इंटरव्यू लेना है। फिर लास्ट में उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है, फिर आकाशवाणी में युवाणी करके छोटा छोटा प्रोग्राम सुन लेना, बच्चों का प्रोग्राम करता था मैं वहां पे।
So there are so many people that you have met, all three of you, in the last 15 years during your radio career. Tell us something interesting, someone who really inspired you, and more in the context of, from a radio perspective, someone who really inspired you, किसी का आपने interview लेते हुए कुछ सीखा, or someone who put you in a bit of a uncomfortable spot, but you kind of got out of it. It'll be a great lesson for people, who want to communicate. So let's start with you, Rohini, and then Rishi, and then Anurag.
I have the best story. All right. So I remember this was when I had to interview Vipasha Basu, and the interview was in Goregaon, in Film City. And I remember this is just the start of Twitter. Okay, guys, this is 2009 or 2010. They were good 10 years ago, and I tweeted, and Twitter was a lot freer than it is now. Now you tweet something, and the amount of trolls and bugs and everybody gets after you. You're like, I shouldn't have said anything on Twitter. Radio is much, is a literally an easier medium for me. So I put it on Twitter saying, and I tagged Bipasha Basu ki guts dekhe didi ki kitne the. So मैंने कहा, hey Bipasha, coming all the way to Goregaon. Now I'm telling her कि मैं townie हूँ, तो मैं आ रही हूँ all the way to Goregaon तुम्हें मिलने. So this better be worth it. Now I tweeted this. Now I did, and this is, I'm telling you, this is an easier Twitter time where they actually read every tweet. So I go there are other radio jockeys, and you have to go in there in like turn of, if you reach early, then you go early for the interview. Now they come to me and they're like, who's Rohini? Can you please come in first? And the other radio jockeys from other stations are like giving me death stares. कि यार इसको कैसे? ये तो बाद में आई है, इतना late आई है, इसको कैसे अंदर जाने दे रहे हैं? And Bipasha Basu, obviously she looks at me and she's like, oh, so you're Rohini, huh? So I was like, yeah, Bipasha, how are you doing? And then she's like, so you tweeted that you come all the way to Goregaon. Is it a problem? So then I said, no, Bipasha, it's not a problem. And then she said, see, darling, I also live in Bandra, But if I have to make my money and afford my house in Bandra, I have to come to Goregaon every day. So it's not a big deal for me. I don't understand why it should be a big deal for you. Oh my God. I wish, this is what I wish I had recorded, because this is the greatest conversation ever, with a star who's leveling or, with you in such an amazing way. And I just think that, I will never forget, Gaurav, you know this, the first interview I ever did in my career was Russell Peters, And
yeah.
Go to this interview, even though it's a Hindi station, go charm him. And it was the best interview. 45 minutes of Russell Peters and me, literally just flirting with each other. It's gold, okay? I come back to the studio and I realize I have not pressed record. Oh my God! I cried. It was my first interview of my career, guys. I just got into the medium. I have an international star. What could go wrong? This goes wrong. And Gaurav, I think he's forgotten, but I came to him and I'm crying and I'm just crying. And then he's like, it's okay, you'll interview him again. And it's true, because I went on to interview him many times in my life after that. But I just had to share These are sparkling moments with celebrities. So don't forget.
The lesson for everyone and the learning is that again, Joe, you heard Rohini. It's about how you need to be self-motivated and charged and positive and tell yourself that you're a good communicator. I think that is a must. Yes, if you're someone who goes through more lows than highs, then I would rethink about radio. Because like I said, you are responsible for the millions of people on a daily basis. Rishi, Rohini, Anurag would be heard by close to 20-30 million people, and not only in their particular city. Their voice reaches out to different people. Anurag's show goes out to someone who's listening in Gorakhpur. He also reaches out to someone who's in Kanpur, in Bombay. तो आप हर किस्म के लोगों को reach out कर रहे हो, और ये free medium है. So remember, the challenge always is कि they have the option to switch off. फिल्म में तो क्या है कि आप बोलते हो कि ठीक है, मुझे ये पिक्चर देखनी है, ये अडल्ट है, ये कॉमेडी है, ये थ्रिलर है या हॉरर है, बट यहाँ पे you have other radio stations and they have an option. So it is very important, like I said, to be able to reach out to everyone, and that you need to be positive, because अगर आप लोगों को drive नहीं करेंगे, it's like वो जो आपके group of friends होते हैं जहाँ पे you are the hero, you need to be that hero. You need to tell yourself कि आप हो. Rishi, what about you?
गौरव, मैं एक बहुत ज़रूरी बात कहना चाहता हूँ. हाउ इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू बी अ लिटिल ज़िद्दी अबाउट योर पैशन, बी अ लिटिल स्टबर्न अबाउट योर पैशन. लोग कहते हैं कि ये बहुत एक चुनौतीपूर्ण घड़ी है जिससे हम लोग अब गुज़र रहे हैं. मेरी ज़िंदगी में भी एक चुनौतीपूर्ण घड़ी का सामना मुझे करना पड़ा, और मैं आपको इसके बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ. एंड ऑल द यंग स्टूडेंट्स देयर शुड रियली अंडरस्टैंड दिस. यू सी, बिफोर प्राइवेट रेडियो came into the way it exists today, which is, there are different frequencies with different channels. There used to be one frequency, which is the Government of India, 107.1 All India Radio. और सरकार एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो लैंडलॉर्ड थी, मकान मालिक, and they used to rent out hours to private radio stations. So उसी 107.1 पर कुछ घंटे के लिए टाइम्स FM हुआ करता था, जिसमें गौरव और हम काम करते थे. रेडियो मिड डे हुआ करता था, एंड 6 o'clock FM. One fine day, Prasar Bharati, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, decided to shut down that private leasing of hours and said there will only be a 24-hour Akashvani. Eventually, of course, they floated tenders and private radio came back in its authentic manner. कि आप 91 सिटी पे हैं, फिर 94.3 81 पर हैं, नशा पे जाते हैं 91.9 वगैरह वगैरह. और इस दौरान जब there was no private radio, a lot of radio jockeys lost their jobs in terms of the fact that, they were rendered, jobless, that they would not be able to get on the air. And everybody went and found alternate professions. हमारे साथ एक काम करते थे ब्रायन टेलिस, दीपक उनको जानते हैं. ब्रायन ने जाके फाउंटेन हेड शुरू किया, ग्रूव रिकॉर्ड स्टोर शुरू किया. एरिका हमारे साथ काम करती थी, वो जाके चैनल वी ज्वाइन कर गई. गौरव हमारे साथ थे, वो प्लैनेट एम में गए. इस तरीके से बहुत सारे रेडियो जॉकी जो उस समय बेरोज़गार हो गए थे लेकिन इतने टैलेंटेड थे, राहुल मुलानी थे, वो वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट बन गए. आई डिसाइडेड टू गो एंड वर्क एट आकाशवाणी, एट ऑल इंडिया रेडियो. And Anurag, that's where I met Anurag for the first time. And people thought I had lost my mind. They said, and I was getting calls from people saying, come, join MTV, join Channel V, you've got the background, do some programming. You have a master's from Xavier's, you're highly educated. Why do you still want to do radio? And I remember, Anurag, उस ज़माने में क्या 400 रुपये मिलते थे हम लोगों को per program, आकाशवाणी में? And I said, no, I want to go. I used to go to Back Bay Reclamation in Churchgate, and I went and became, it was called the English department, अंग्रेजी department. अनुराग काम करते थे हिंदी department में, हम अंग्रेजी department काम करते थे. I went and joined All India Radio, Akashvani. My parents were so worried about it. But it's just that I didn't even know what the future held. I didn't even know that the master plan for the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting was to actually open up private radio, which eventually happened, in the early 2000s. I'm talking about this being the late 90s going into the early 2000s. And I went and took up a government, contract, and I just started putting out. It was like net practice for me. I never got off the airwaves. And that's a lesson I want to tell everybody to learn from. चाहे कुछ भी हो रहा हो, आई नो at this point of time you feel कि यार आमदनी नहीं है, गुजारा नहीं चल रहा है, क्या करें, 12th standard पास किया है, ये है वो है. Stick to your passion. अगर आपको कुछ करना है उसमें जुटे रहिए, लगे रहिए, and I think you will prevail. Thanks, Gaurav.
We have to kind of wrap, I think, in the next 5 minutes. So I want to kind of get each of the panelists to have a last word, and something about radio, something that excited you about radio. मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा, and actually, I would like to say कि first have the passion for radio. ये जो हम चार हैं and all the radio jockeys और दूसरे radio jockeys भी, अनमोल को देख लीजिए, मलिश्का को देख लीजिए, अर्चना को देख लीजिए, different radio jockeys from other cities, राहुल माकन को देख लीजिए, स्तुति को देख लीजिए, they've all been very passionate about the medium. तो सबसे पहले रेडियो सुनिए. जैसे कहते हैं, अगर आपको फिल्म बनानी है तो किसी का आप असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर बनिए, किसी फिल्म के साथ काम कीजिए. अगर थिएटर करना है तो वहां पे आप बैक स्टेज में काम कीजिए. फर्स्ट लिसन टू अ लॉट ऑफ रेडियो को सुनिए, उसको ऑब्जॉर्व कीजिए, देन डिसाइड कि यार इज दिस समथिंग दैट आई लव टू डू आई वांट टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस मीडियम. वंस यू लव द मीडियम, देन नथिंग इज अ चैलेंज. लुक एट ऋषिकेश, ही सेड मैं आकाशवाणी ज्वाइन करूंगा. Look at Rohini, she said मैं ये ही करूंगी. And of course Anurag, I mean his love को, मतलब I couldn't watch television but I could listen to it, और मुझे ये आवाज से इतना शौक है. And today it's radio plus digital. Today radio can be seen. Today there are so many, if you're not just a radio jockey, आप host भी हो, आप compare भी हो, आप podcast भी कर सकते हो. इतने सारे avenues open up होते हैं. So remember, have the passion for the medium first. Anurag.
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि अब वक्त बदल रहा है. एक जमाना था जब अच्छी आवाज होती थी और कहते थे कि वाह वाह क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया. लेकिन अब वक्त बदल गया. अब जो भी लोग आ रहे हैं, सबके पास आवाज अच्छी है तभी वो आ रहे हैं. बहुत बेसिक. अगर आपको एक्टिंग आती है तो ही आप फिल्मों में काम कर पाएंगे, चाहे वो छोटा सा एक 2 सेकंड का रोल क्यों ना हो, 3 सेकंड का पास भी क्यों ना हो. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अब वो आवाज की जो लोग बात करते थे, तो वो जमाना गया. पहली बात तो ये कि आपके पास कुछ होना चाहिए बोलने के लिए, और उसके लिए आपको पढ़ना बहुत जरूरी है. चाहे वो कोई भी माध्यम हो नॉलेज का, चाहे आप YouTube देखते हो, चाहे बुक्स पढ़ते हो, चाहे टीवी देखते हो, लेकिन नॉलेज जब तक नहीं मिलेगा तब तक आप बोलेंगे क्या. तो नंबर 1 की है कि आप जितना नॉलेज होगा उतना आप शेयर कर पाएंगे. और दूसरा कि अपना सोच होना बहुत जरूरी है. विवेकानंद ने कहा कि अध्ययन, मनन और चिंतन. तो आपने अध्ययन किया YouTube से पढ़ के, यहाँ से
मनन एंड चिंतन ब्रो.
तो अध्ययन किया आपने, उसके बाद मनन कीजिए कि ये जो बोला गया है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आज का जो सेमिनार हम देख रहे हैं, इसको मनन कीजिए, रिवाइज कीजिए, रिपीट कीजिए क्या बोला इसने, और फिर चिंतन की मेरा क्या सोच है. अगर हर इंसान का अपना पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं है, अपना ओपिनियन नहीं है, तो आप रेडियो जॉकी बन ही नहीं सकते. वो जमाना गया कि लता मंगेशकर, किशोर कुमार की आवाज थी, अगला गाना कुमार सानू की आवाज में. वो जमाना गया. आपकी सोच होना बहुत जरूरी है, चाहे थोड़ी वियर्ड हो, चाहे अनोखी हो, चाहे अनूठी हो, वो सब प्रोग्रामिंग डायरेक्टर आपको सब संभाल लेगा. लेकिन आपकी सोच अध्ययन, मनन और चिंतन करके ही आपको मिल पाएगी. इसलिए एक नई चीज है कि आप अपना सोच रखिए, अपना विचार रखिए, कहने की शक्ति रखिए और ताकत रखिए.
अच्छा गौरव, मैं
Before that, Rishikesh, I'm just quickly going and doing a Google search on what Adhyan, Chintan and Manan means.
Here's my thing. Adhyan Suman, Chintan Shah and Manan Mehta. I know all
Well
these
done.
3 people individually.
Well done.
Yeah, Rishi,
दोस्तों मैं म्यूजिक मैनेजर का महत्व बताना चाहता हूँ हमारे सारे स्टूडेंट्स को, क्योंकि दैट कांट बी अंडर एस्टिमेटेड. आप जितने भी लोग भी सुन रहे हैं, हमने प्रिडोमिनेटली वी स्पोक अबाउट रेडियो जॉकिंग, बट द म्यूजिक मैनेजर एट एवरी रेडियो स्टेशन एक्चुअली क्यूरेट्स द प्लेलिस्ट एंड चूजेस द राइट काइंड ऑफ सॉन्ग्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन 94.3 रेडियो 1, फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू लिसन टू इंग्लिश म्यूजिक, he or she then would choose the classics that play in the night, the current hits that play in the evening, and the adult contemporary, which is a particular genre or a combination of adult contemporary and current hits that plays in the daytime. So गानों का चयन, उनको सुनना दिन भर, उनको ये सोचना कि कब क्या बजाया जा सकता है, ये वो. आई थिंक रोहिणी, you'd be able to add to this, and Gaurav, because that's a very important aspect of programming which is non-radio jockey driven that we must talk about.
Yeah, thanks Rishi for that. I think as radio presenters, we need to have, as you said, knowledge about anything that we're talking about. Because if you don't know what you're talking about, how can you talk about it, right? So that's one. But similarly, if you don't know your music, how can you, claim to be a radio presenter? You need to know your music. And some radio jockeys are better than others because they would know exactly like ye gana jo hai. Like there are there's Divya Solgama whose whole life is about trivia. Now I don't know everybody can aspire to be that level of trivia, cool. But you have to be somewhere there. You cannot hit 100 on 100, but you need to be 60. You can't be.
No, I meant somebody like a Kobart or a Bharti, which is radio as a career, the theme.
As generally as people who want to be a radio professional, which is why I'm saying that the term is engulfing all of this. So yes, we have to do other roles as well as radio DJs, but outside of us, there is an entire, like my producer. My producer is truly the brain of the show.
Yeah, tell us a little bit, Rohini, about what your producer. You also started off as a producer, so tell us about the role of a producer very quickly.
Yeah, I think you guys, if you all are on Instagram, you should follow my handle. It's Rotalks, ROTALKS, and you'll see a chat between me and my producer Joe. And so it's the Ro and Joe show, which is the back end of it. And it truly is, it could be Jhakas Morning on the air, but the back end of it is the Ro and Joe show. Because it's about how she comes up with news for me. Like, I still remember we did one of the biggest campaigns at Radio Nasha, which was we celebrated 30 years of Qayamat Se Qayamat Tak. It's a cult film. Kids of today, 15 years, 16 years of age, may not even have heard of it. But let's just say Amir Khan, you might have heard of Amir Khan's person. All right. So I remember, Joe was the first person who came and told me, bro, she sent me an email saying, bro, 30 years of QSQT. And do you know, from that email, which was sent on the 31st of December that year, 2017, to 2018, when we celebrated with Amir Khan, with Juhi Chawla, in a theatre with so many people, can you believe it? It came from the producer. The producers are people who probably don't want to be on air, okay, or they could be people who said somewhere down the road, I don't need to be on air. But guess what? They are like the idea, the nerve center of your radio program. Please aspire to be great producers. You can only be a great presenter if you're also a great producer. You can't be one without the other.
और मैं ये भी कहता हूँ कि usually in a radio station, there is a corporate ladder, and if you're a good producer, because you are connected with the sound engineer, because you are connected with the music manager, because you are connected with the sales and the marketing team, the chances of you getting a holistic view of radio is a lot better. Some of the radio jockeys would not have ever interacted with say a marketing person for that matter. But a producer is the one, like she said, Rohini, the nerve center. So it's very important that if it's that corporate ladder that you're looking at, then I think becoming a producer is very, very important. So if you're a creative person, if you're a good management skills, or you're a creative person, or you have a voice, or you're a good communicator, or you love your music, like Rishikesh said, or you're just very good with technical stuff, radio is a place where everyone, there is a space for everyone. You need to kind of identify कि आपकी क्या काबिलियत है, what is what you are fond of, and then get into it. Anurag?
जिस तरह से मैंने कहा कि अगर कुछ कहने की ताकत है तो आप वो कहिए, सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है, जैसे कि म्यूजिक के बारे में इसने कहा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हर डिपार्टमेंट में अपना एक रोल है और कभी भी कमतरी कोई चीज हो नहीं सकती है। अगर आप बोलें कि प्रोड्यूसर कम होता है, बिल्कुल नहीं होता है। अगर आप बोले म्यूजिक मैनेजर, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट होता है उसका एडिटिंग। बहुत, मैं कहता हूँ सिर्फ 3 घंटे में आप एडिटिंग सीख सकते हैं, लेकिन उसको एग्जीक्यूट कैसे करना है, उस शो को पेश कैसे करना है, जैसे फिल्म का एडिटर होता है उसी तरह से रेडियो का भी एडिटर हो सकता है। वो आप एडिटिंग कितने अच्छे से करते हैं, कोई प्रोमो कैसे क्रिएट करते हैं, वो बहुत कमाल काम है। तो आप लोग अगर एडिटर हैं, आप अच्छे, आप म्यूजिक मैनेजर अच्छे हैं, नॉलेज बहुत है, तो ये पूरा परम्यूटेशन कॉम्बिनेशन का धंधा है पूरी तरह से। आप देखिए कितने अच्छे तरीके से आप इसको पेश कर सकते हैं, तब जाके कहीं एक शो बनता है। ऐसा नहीं कि आरजे आया और बोल के चला गया, ना, उसका प्रोमो, उसका बम्पर है, वो किस स्टाइल में बात करता है, उसकी एडिटिंग कैसे है, कितना इंटरव्यू है, कितना काटना है और क्या चूज करना है, वो एडिटर का काम है। वो प्रोड्यूसर का काम है, क्या चूज करना है। कंटेंट तो 1 घंटे 2 घंटे का होता है, लेकिन आप क्या चूज करके ऑन एयर देते हैं, ये आपकी सेंसिबिलिटी है। आई थिंक हर डिपार्टमेंट में इतना काम है, फिर मार्केटिंग हो, फिर चाहे सेल्स हो, क्या बात कर रहे हैं। मुझे याद है कि 25 साल हो गए हैं वो सेल्स का काम कर रहे हैं, 20-20 साल हो गए रेडियो में सिर्फ मार्केटिंग करते हैं और इतना कमाल के आइडियाज लेके आते हैं, आप सोच भी नहीं सकते। तो हर डिपार्टमेंट बहुत कमाल काम है।
So great, yeah, thanks Sonam. So that's what we have to say, that radio I think is a fabulous medium. It is a medium which is about being relevant, and I think it's really a transformation medium. It's a medium that's relevant for any skill type that you have. And of course there are so many radio stations, and you have radio stations in all the cities of the country. So please reach out to your radio station. Please tell them that you're excited, that you would like to learn. And it's a young medium in the sense it's a young at heart and young at mind medium. Age is no barrier. So if you just love, if you have the passion for the medium, I think that's what everyone looks at. Are you passionate enough? Yeah. If you are passionate enough, then radio is there for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gaurav. Thank you so much to all of our friends. Thank you so much to all of our friends from the Radio Fraternity. Thank you, Rohini. Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, Anurag. And thank you, Gaurav, for that fabulous moderation. Pandey ji, अध्ययन मनन चिंतन हमारे नयन चक्षु और हमारे मस्तिष्क के द्वार खुल गए हैं सर. आपके लिए जोरदार तालियां मैं बजाती हूँ. क्या कमाल का बोला आपने. And no kidding, it was brilliant. Rishi, you know, I don't have to tell you, I am one of your biggest fans. I don't have to tell you. I follow your music. I follow you very, very closely, and I love your craft. Rohini, you're so inspirational. Please keep taking stands like you do. Be the strong ass woman that you are. Please stay the way that you are. And Gaurav ji, kya moderation kiye hain aap? Matlab, this was fantastic. This is fantastic. Thank you to such a lovely panel. I had such a brilliant time listening to all of you. Love from all of us at Edutainment Show. Thank you for joining us, guys. All right, we are now going to...
The Gurukul School of Design basically exemplifies the training in ideation and entrepreneur spirit. It's very important for us to keep an eye on the future of design. The students graduating must be able to cope up with the changes in the market. The universe of entrepreneurs is evolving at a rapid speed. So the idea for us really is to empower them to have a vision, execution, and also the semantics of the business of design.
The whole idea with Gurukul School of Designing is the attention which each and every student would get, which is the very Gurukul way of studying, which is very small classes where the teacher and the student have a one-to-one interaction.
The infrastructure that they get, the environment that they get is very rustic. It takes us back to our roots, which is the Guru Shishya kind of philosophy.
Here we are allowed to breathe into the creativity of our own style, and we are allowed to develop it, and it doesn't have to fit into any norms or conditions.
Through incorporating the culture, the knowledge that they have, the travels that they have done, the different foods that they have eaten, to incorporate all these little insights in the final project and to see that blooming up, it's amazing.
Well, my friends, the next session is extremely interesting. It's going to be extremely insightful and one that I've been looking forward to a lot. Just like Ralph Lauren rightly said, I don't design clothes, I design dreams. The man in question, our eminent speaker, eminent guest here at Edutainment Show today, designs dreams for decades. He's someone you've all looked up to, and he's someone who's here today to give you insights on designing as a career. In conversation with none other than Raghavendra Rathore in design and its profession, along with none other than A.K. Rahman, one of India's foremost live hosts. Please give it up for A.K. Rahman in conversation with Raghavendra Rathore.
Thank you very much, Sonam. Welcome, guys. This is an absolutely fantastic session. We've really been looking forward for this one. And as Sonam mentioned, this is something you can't miss out on, because the gentleman who I'm speaking with is somebody really special, born and brought up in the epicenter of heritage and culture. Mr. Raghavendra Rathore is India's foremost name in bespoke luxury menswear. Trained in Manhattan at the Parsons School of Design, the designer has worked with DKNY and Oscar de la Renta before launching his own label in 1994 under the Raghavendra Rathore Jodhpur brand. Ladies and gentlemen, the lifestyle designer who belongs to the lineage of Jodhpur's aristocracy is also best known for his diversity of designs and has been recognized for his contribution to global fashion for placing the quintessential Jodhpur Bandgala jacket on the fashion map. So much so that it happens to be the only brand in India to have had an international brand like Zenga recently. Let me show you a little video about RR's bespoke brand and its genesis. You definitely gonna love it. Take a look.
A bit of the classic past, as well as sharp tailoring, taking the best elements of our cultural past and dressing us in a way that we can be proud to be dressed as Indians. The kind of time that it looks back to and the kind of era it recreates in my mind is something that romantic, nostalgically I connect to and like.
Raghavendra Rathore Bandgala, nobody in the world can beat. You may bring the best tailors from Italy, from London, but just the shape and the fit of it, nobody can touch it.
It makes me feel good. That's the most important thing, and I'm finally feeling comfortable in what he's made me wear, and that's the most important.
RR is it's got a very international look to it, but it's got a very stylish Indian tinge to it. So I think that's a good combination he has.
Is a fantastic human being, great artist, and his brand, I'm so happy that it's going global. I always knew that he is not only a national treasure, but he's a global treasure.
He mixes his Indian heritage with a global aesthetic, and I think it's there for the world to take and enjoy.
Once you start working with him and start using his clothes, I don't think anyone is going to go anywhere.
I think Mr. Raghavendra Rathore is the most qualified person to do the kind of styling that he does.
I think that RR is more than just a clothing brand. I think it's an experience, it's a feeling, it's a cultural expression of India and an authentic one. And the detailing that goes into it, you're right, it's a form of luxury to be in one of his garments.
Rajasthan, you know how beautiful it is. You know, when you go there and you know, you feel as if, you know, you're royalty. No matter where you are, how you are, you feel the sense of royalty. And if you wear a raghu, you know, you feel even more royal.
Well, absolutely fantastic. This is such a global outreach, and everybody's in love with this. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to this fantastic session, and we've really been looking forward to meeting you. From studying robotics to Greek mythology to establishing a bespoke brand that is 25 years old. It's been a brilliant journey. Please tell us about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me with you all today, taking the time. You know, my journey really is of a kid from a very small town. I just had a dream, and people always ask me, you know, why would you want to start something as complex as fashion? And, you know, you're from Jodhpur, who's going to ever understand your fashions, and where are you going to go sell it? And I think that made it much more interesting. The challenge became very evident at a very early age. So I brought it onto myself to actually choose a profession that most of my friends from a college like Mayo College, where we, you know, played soccer and football and elbowed each other out, nobody thought that, you know, you'd be sitting and doodling and sketching. So I think the fundamental is that if you have a dream, if you believe in yourself and you have your own convictions, nothing in the world should be able to stop you. You should just dream out loud and touch the skies. There's absolutely, there is no top cap, as they say, and now the universe has changed so much. You can run an entire business from a mobile phone, which means that everything has changed. So in a nutshell, dream big. My journey is just a stroke of luck, a combination of being at the right place at the right time, and also importantly, knowing what it takes to do what needs to be done at that time. So if you're in a small town, I think that's the main reason we started not a school in Delhi and Bombay. I think the idea is to be hidden away like a gem. The value of a diamond is not because only of its cut and its, you know, glare. It's also because it is very difficult to find it. And then there's a process and there's a peeling of a story. So if you are hidden away and people have to find you, you've already conquered half your business plan. The worst thing is to be in a place where there's thousands of other people doing the thousands of things that you are going to be doing. So to me, I think my journey is a reflection of being small, being unique, and believing in your desire and dreams.
Absolutely. Like you very beautifully put it, like bringing dreams to reality. And GSD has been a dream which actually came to reality. I'm going to talk about this a bit. In 2018, Mr. Rathor's initiative to nurture young design enthusiasts by introducing them to a new way of learning, the Gurukul School of Design, that's GSD Jaipur, was established with a global jewelry house, Amrapali, as a strategic investor with a unique holistic curriculum designed meticulously by the founder, Mr. Rathor himself, and with recommendations from specialists and industry experts. The dedicated 4-year program comprises of a 360 degrees approach to the design. So we're going to show you glimpses of GSD, which we all have been waiting for. Just take a look at this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this audiovisual is going to explain everything you wanted to know about GSD. It's coming right away.
Well, till it comes, I can also tell you a small antidote that it's been designed. The school has been designed by textile and fashion designers. There's no architect.
Oh.
And, all the design aesthetics, the nature of materials is all very local, used from Jaipur.
Wow.
It's good for the kids to keep in mind that we believe in what we preach.
Absolutely. You know, till the audiovisual comes, I have this question: what inspired you to initiate the Gurukul School of Design? And we also curious to know Like you mentioned, you could have placed anywhere in Delhi, in Bombay, but Jaipur for your design school. Just elaborate a little more on that.
So I think the future, if you see most students who will be joining this year or next year, are going to inherit a very different universe. The fashion world, the design world, the textile world, the communication world, styling world will be very different. We're in very early talks with Apple, trying to see how we can bring them and connect the kids to latest technology. And I think all figures really point to the fact that the world of desktops is disappearing. The world of stores and brick and mortar stores is disappearing. What is then the story? I mean, when you say that I'm from Delhi and I'm going to compete at a fashion week from Delhi, or I'm in Bombay and I'm going to compete with 300 designers trying to sell my particular outfit, and you've got so many people selling the same thing, what goes against you is that everything that you learn, everything that you have experienced is the same as everybody else who's showing the same collection or part of the work environment. Imagine taking a person from a different planet and you do a fashion week with somebody from Mars. The chances of what the output is, the product design is going to be different. So if your universe of things that you use for your creativity are different, textiles, the heritage of Jaipur, then you will hit a very different sound note when you present your work. And I think that's very important, that to be in a differentiator place is the first and the foremost thing. Also, Jaipur to me is the universe's center right now. I think anybody who comes to India either goes to the Taj Mahal or goes to Jaipur.
Absolutely.
And with the connect that we have more people stopping over, spending time with the children. And that's a very important thing. In Delhi, there's 10 universities trying to get people, and you'll end up getting a mediocrity interface. So the important thing is to reflect on the crafts that they have access to. People have more time in a smaller city to work with you. I mean, whether it is Anokhi or any of the big brands, if you go and see how they started up, they have all the time in the world, because the speed of life is very different. And I think that is the future. We are already seeing all of us at our comfort zone of homes and still connected to the universe. And I think that is going to be the trend, a very big trend.
Absolutely. Why the name Gurukul? And is the ancient Gurukul teaching philosophy relevant in modern times?
I think what happens is I'm not a school teacher. I'm not an educationist. I'm a designer who makes brands. And I make brands based on the product and the emotion that I create in a product, so people like to buy it. There's a story that we believe is very important to sell a product today. Otherwise, your product will look like anybody else's product.
Absolutely.
So the idea is that what are the 5 things in the future that will differentiate your work? So if you ask me and if you say, listen, I'm from a school of some technology, or I'm from, everybody has, they understand what that is. But imagine if your orientation is what the future holds. I mean, Khadi, Gurukul, these are the big words going forward that will differentiate you. So to me, the way when you think of Japan, you think of Issey Miyake, you see pleats, you see black and white. When you think of Italian education, you see quality of leather, stitching details. I think in the future, when you think of India, there will have to be a word that holds new context to India. So Khadi has been completely misused and it's derailed somewhere. I think the word Gurukul will become a big brand. So if we have, let's say tomorrow, a product line of 25 products selling on Amazon called Gurukul as a brand, I see the uniqueness already set in. So you have to differentiate, and that's the first lesson we also encourage students to learn, is that differentiate yourself so you don't look like just a statistic in a group, but you are seen as who you are, what are the uniqueness you're offering. So I think the word Gurukul separates you from the universe of schools. Secondly, the way we want to teach, like the classrooms at the school are lounges. I always had this fear of going to a classroom with a blackboard, all chairs facing the side, and a teacher teaching from the front. So first thing we did was to say, how do you think the creative people in their offices will work? And most of the offices are really very playful. And that's exactly what so the faculty is briefed that, if somebody wants to have a coffee and sit down and, on the sofa, and it's a class, then that's so be it. That's the future. So each and every aspect that you will need to do in the future is instilled in this, the ideology of Gurukul. To me, Gurukul is not only Shishya learning from somebody under a tree, but it is also the future of education where it's one-to-one. We have the best student-faculty ratio. One student has access to so many faculties. I think that's very important. Secondly, the approach is very informal. I wouldn't say American in its philosophy because it's still Indian, but you have to be chilled about talking to your faculty. It should never be that the faculty always dictates. If you have an idea, they should talk to you like an adult and say, oh, that's a very good idea, but why don't you try it this way? And that becomes a new language, because we don't subscribe to a particular course which we have to follow because it is from a universe outside India. Like, let's say if I have a tie-up with an ex-college in London or in New York, then I have to follow a script in what I teach. But that is not the language. When you go out to work, it's a different place. India is not America or England. So how do you communicate if you are taught on a template which is not Indian? So those are the hurdles we've ironed out, and the course has been designed with Asia in mind. I wouldn't say India only. We are looking at partnerships in Japan. We're looking at partnerships in Thailand. We're looking at partnerships in this part of the universe because that shares the same weather system, culture. So if you have in India, there's a fallacy that there's a winter and summer. It is not true. Right. You ask any designer, eventually you just change the color, but the clothes are not made in wools and heavy fabrics. So what is the point of teaching 50% of your education about winter?
Absolutely.
So all those corrections have helped us create a course which is called the Design 360.
I'm going to come to that Design 360. My next question is that, but coming back to what you said, the way it's being taught, do you think that is the USP of GSD? And is that how GSD differentiates from the other design schools?
I think there are three big things that I can elaborate on. One is that we don't believe that you need to learn it from a Western point of view anymore. Because eventually, there's 6 designers who have tried very hard to set up abroad and they've not succeeded. And the truth of the matter is that we are a different breed of the consumption there is driven by a particular, so if you're doing Western lines, you have to be careful because Zara is also doing Western line and half your price. So is that the right direction to take? So if as a fashion designer, these are very important things. As a communication, let's say you handle communication for a company and you're a PR pundit and you're a PR social media expert and you're a blogger, then the same laws apply. Because if you talk like a brand that is, international, this market doesn't understand that. Diwali is coming, you got to talk about Diwali. The cultural infusion which has failed. Most international brands only have one store in India. If you see the paradox that why does Tom Ford have one store, or why does, I don't want to name brands, but in China, they have 30 stores, 50 stores, 40 stores. Why is it that foreign brands cannot percolate the market? And the answer lies in that our culture is very different.
All right. Now, you spoke about the unique Design 360 curriculum of GSD. Can you tell us more about it? And you need to talk us through the specializations being offered at GSD.
So, what I realized when we get a lot of internship requests and job requests, and I've realized that kids are, it's a very American, because I've been to Parsons School of Design and I know how that universe works. So they want you to have industry experience. It's very important to have industry experience, but the industry in India is not the same as in America or London or anywhere else in Europe. So what is the experience a father and a mother would like the daughter or son to have? is a respectful. Number one is respect, that you can't be doing coffee and running around in tempos, going in the heat to some gully to get, dhagas. I think that experience you can anyway do yourself. If you have a project that we designed for you to experience that, you don't have to go and work for somebody and sit in a dark part of the office and get eaten up by mosquitoes and fall sick. The experience in India in design is very different from what it is for banking or what it is for medicine. It's important to go and see how things happen in a hospital. In India, it's very different because firstly you have to see how many successful designer brands are there. So Ritu Kumar, Anita Dongre, these are big brands. They're doing 600, 800 crore turnovers. Do you want to go and learn there? Yes, that's a great idea. But what is the kind of takeaway from there? You will find out how it is done, what are the nuances. But what if we create an experience for you when you're in school? Why do students go to a school? They go there to learn everything. You can't learn after school. Again, learning, that has always been something that's bothered me. I can understand if you're in America, you would like to work for Donna Karan or whatever you want to. But in India, it's a very different beast. So we have compressed everything into the education, which is because I have the freedom to do it. And I don't run it like a school. I run it as an extension of the fashion community that I belong to. So I speak to a designer in the morning and then we instill a course. I'll show you whenever you have a minute, I'll show you a slide of what a course looks like at GSD. It's very different from how, a Trent University or a XYZ university abroad wants to, create a course for designers in India.
Well, there's a question as a student, how do I know which field of design to pursue? And is it very important to be able to sketch as well?
So I think the course that we run, which is called Design 360, teaches you a little bit of everything. I always believe that because our nation is gripped with Bollywood, everything is visual context. If you take a fashion photograph of so-and-so in a beautiful gown at XYZ awards, half of India will see it. But if you're a great stylist, nobody will know that you've styled that lady, right? Or if you're a great textile designer or an interior designer, it's not visible. You see, you have to really work hard. So my advice to students, and the reason that we call this program Design 360 is that we want the students to use fashion as the horse.
Absolutely.
And then whatever else you want to do, ride using fashion. So if you want to get into jewelry or product design, connect it to an outfit that Priyanka Chopra is going to wear. So everybody can see what kind of jewelry you're doing. If you just isolate yourself, which is how a lot of other schools are teaching, I feel you will go backwards in time. The future is about being able to post an image of your product in context of fashion that everybody wants to see versus just talk about what your personal, what your personal choices and love for. So the course basically is, it's like going to McDonald's and ordering a combo meal versus just ordering fries. That's
Absolutely.
how if you learn the context of the universe of design, then you can connect the dots later on. You want to change and you want to switch, you are free to change. So I think it's very important that we understand the value of the Design 360 approach. Even if you choose any other school, you must know what the right color of green is to combine your product to if you're a product designer.
Put it very perfectly. Final question. It's very briefly. Can you tell us about the internship and placements that are offered at GSD? And of course, how do you see the design and luxury market landscape changing in this pandemic? And plus, finally, just in brief, I want you to tell what are you doing as a school in terms of the scholarship being given? So, final question.
So I think the first thing is that we have taken away the context to internships for 3 months, 6 months, and compressed it. And what we are offering our students is a 3-day or 4-day intensive with the owner. So you're not going there and working in Coca-Cola factory, seeing how crates are picked. You're talking to the CEO, and you're in a walkthrough with them for 2 or 3 days. So there's a batch that goes to Delhi, there's a batch that goes to Bombay. So it's exactly what I would like for my children, and I would like that for parents of the children who are here and whoever else is here, that you have to qualify and say, I want quality, not quantity. You can be for 6 months somewhere. So the internship that we offer is called, firstly, the word internship is removed. It's a mentorship, and then some mentor takes on the experience giving process, and that's what we do for internships, as you asked. Secondly, I think I'll come back to the COVID thing last. This impact has, I'm a father of two, and I was asking the principal the other day that, what are you planning to do? Because these kids haven't gone to school. So what internally, I had a discussion with my partners and my board members, and we believe that we will be coming up with a very unique proposition called, it's related to the COVID impact, and there's an equity we call GSD Spotlight Scholarships. Earlier it was small. Now we are actually giving freedom to kids to apply. If you have a good portfolio, if you apply to other schools, send in your portfolio. Let us see, because we are giving almost up to 50%.
Wow.
So from 540, which is the tuition, is gone down to 270 now, which is completely unique, unprecedented, and I'm willing to take the hit because at the end of the day, I have to justify how do we make ends meet. But it's very important for us to offer that. So if you send your portfolio, and the committee and the jury, if they feel you have the potential, they will push to make you one of the recipients of this scholarship program. And this scholarship program will continue. It's not only right now. If you're once given, then you will get for all the years, 4 years, till you get your BDES degree. So it's a very important decision for us. We are talking to WHO, government branches to see what others are doing, but I think no one else has offered such a huge break. So that's one. And lastly, I think depending on what the government stance is, we will calibrate. We have moved online, but I really feel design, until you use your hands and use the textures, you cannot learn so much online. So online is good, but I think we are looking forward to returning back on campus in August. Hopefully, if not August, then we'll delay it. So it really depends on what the mood of the nation is.
Fantastic. This is really going to be inspiring and putting a smile on a whole lot of students who are watching right now. And they were actually looking for something which is going to get their dreams come to reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Rathod. It's been fantastic. We had this chat, and I'm so happy that I had a chat with you. And you've been an inspiration for a whole generation. And I think you should keep inspiring a whole lot of people like that you've been doing.
You're most kind. Thank you so much. My pleasure. My pleasure. And all the best, and be safe.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. What a brilliant chat we had, Mr. Raghavendra Rathod. And before we go on to the next session, we've got this fantastic audiovisual. Take a look at this.
And we are allowed to develop it, and it doesn't have to fit into any norms or conditions.
We also have specializations where you can explore different areas of the design field, and then you can explore a bit more some field that you may want to go into.
We cover everything from how they can sleep better and how they can eat better and how they can use their minds more productively. We introduce them to a bit of neuroscience and Carl Jung and philosophy. So it's trying to make the students more aware.
It's very important that more programs like this be put into place. Very important for schools to understand also what universities are looking for, and also engage with people like us who do offer a lot of internship programs to students as early as class 10 and 12.
I think it's extremely important that we teach our young people to become design thinkers and to be connected to the world of design.
What we need in our modern education system, it brings design center stage, reflection of who we are, and to bring about design in every aspect of our lives, cultural, intellectual and spiritual.
There's an innate genius in the people of this country. We must make this genius into something which is very global and which will occupy a very seminal place on the globe. And to have somebody like Raghu come and start a design school where he's going to train young people with an Indian ethos, with the Indian culture, the Indian attitude, to be among the best in the world.
हम कहते हैं कि भारत is considered as the Vishwa Guru because of its Vedas, Puranas, and of course the beautiful arts. We should do concentrate on American design or European design or Australian design, but our Bharat design is great than every country.
Raghavendra Rathod's initiative on design education is a wonderful idea. He will reach out and help people enhance their creative spirit, but do it in a manner that they can actually use it to create careers for themselves.
Apart from the curriculum, we are also exposed to some marvelous experiences.
We go on excursions, we go on trips, and we have other outdoor activities as well as theory projects that we have to do.
Then we have workshops like tie and dye, filmmaking and many more.
I believe that it makes me feel prepared for the industry that I'm supposed to work in.
To explore incorporating the culture, the knowledge that they have, the travels that they have done, the different foods that they have eaten, to incorporate all these little insights in the final project and to see that blooming up, it's amazing.
We are trying to send the students outside to the professional people where actually they have the interaction one-to-one with this, the best industry people.
You should be blessed that you're studying in a city like Jaipur, which is a city that inspires me, inspires, I think, so many designers all over the world. You're sitting in the heart of a creative place.
The history of Jaipur was that the king got all the artisans from all over the country towards Jaipur so that he could promote like poetry and art and different traditions. And that's why Jaipur is so culturally rich as well.
You all are actually living at an incredible time in India's history. If you look at the demographics of the country, it's going to be the country with incredible demand because there's so much youth.
You need to be true to yourself, follow your dreams, and be consistent at it.
The whole course is so interdisciplinary. We teach students how to create a concept first and then how to take it to the design, which is going to be contemporary and can sustain in the current market.
So you don't want to learn something that is being designed for people who are in the Western Hemisphere. You want to learn and have the training so you can actually unleash your talent and commercialize it as soon as possible for the market that they're going to inherit.
Well, that was so guys. I loved this session. It sparked so much of creativity within me and so much of motivation on designing as a career as a profession. Thank you so much, Mr. Rathore, for being here with us. It's been great having you on Edutainment Show. Thank you so much, AK, for that fantastic moderation. Well, moving on, everyone. We have a very interesting session coming your way. Being a live host, a performer, and actor, I've worked with a lot of fashion stylists over the last few years, and I'm very passionate and very curious about fashion styling as a career. And that's exactly what our next session is about, my friends. Our next session, we have Neeraj Gaba in conversation with Tanya Ghavri. Tanya Ghavri, who happens to be a renowned celebrity stylist, who's here with us to discuss fashion styling as a career.
There is a lot for students to do outside the classroom. You can be as busy as you want. We have a very active student body. We have a student council, that takes care of a lot of student bodies, student clubs. We have sports. We have events like the college fests. We have competitions. We have a lot of other field trips. Plus we also have a very active student mentor who takes the students out and explores the city for photo walks, for heritage walks, and look at Mumbai in a very different way than you normally would.
The urban campus is a unique idea. One is we are in the heart of the city. We are surrounded by about 107 corporates. That energy itself is very vital, very important. Plus, Mumbai being a city that beautifully combines the old and the new, we have very interesting craft clusters. We have creative people. We have people from the media. I think the interactions themselves are an education in themselves.
Well, guys, I'm extremely excited about this session. Like I told you, being in the performing arts space, I work with a lot of fashion stylists, and I see this as an extremely evolving, dynamic industry, to say. And today, our next session is about fashion styling as a career, and we have two extremely interesting speakers here with us to talk about it. We have Neeraj Gaba, a celebrity image consultant, youth mentor, public speaker. I don't know how many things he does, but I'm such a fan of Neeraj's body of work. Glad to have you here with us, Neeraj. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And he is in conversation with celebrity stylist Tanya Ghavri. Tanya, we're a fan of your body of work. And Tanya also happens to be the co-founder of the Dhoom Dham company. And it's over to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
So, are we on? Sonam, are we on?
You're on.
All right, cool. So, hi, Tanya. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Thank you so much, Sonam, for this wonderful introduction. I can say about myself. What do you think, Tanya? How was your introduction?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Just precise and to the point.
Exactly. So let's keep it very precise because we have only half an hour. And, we have somebody like you who has been styling like for the longest time and who has styled everybody in the Bollywood industry. I mean, females, whether it is Kareena Kapoor Khan, whether it is Janhvi Kapoor, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora, kaun reh gaya? Kisko chhod diya? Is there anyone on your list that you haven't styled?
Yeah. I know, but I haven't styled anyone for the last 3 months. I'm really missing it.
But that I think we all are. And that reminds me, guys, whoever is watching you, I hope you're home and you're staying happy, you're staying healthy, and you're spending this time with your families because that is very important. Zindagi mein pata nahi dobara kabhi ye time aayega ki nahi. See the positive days of it.
I know.
Okay, so Tanya, diving into this. Now, everybody who's here, they all would love to know, what do you mean by fashion styling? And what kind of a temperament should one have to be a fashion stylist?
Fashion styling essentially is a profession. I would say that started, it's been around, of course, for many, many years. But in India, I think it really gained momentum about 15 years ago. And I think the stalwart of fashion styling, like we all know, was Anita Shroff. She was one of the first stylists, and I think when I started my career as well, she was one of the first people that I worked under, at Vogue. So fashion styling essentially is, unlike fashion design, which is basically your design pieces, styling is when you put pieces together, So you put pieces together from high street designers, from international designers, Indian designers. Basically, you're picking different things from different, brands, putting together, making a look, creating a mood board, and, that is appropriate to your client and appropriate to the event. So basically, I think styling is a very creative process. It's about creating a look in very simple words. Yeah.
That is there, and that I can even tell because my stylist, who's Manisha Milwani, she also goes ahead and she brings in all these varied brands and pieces, and then suddenly she puts this look together when I'm standing in front of the mirror and I'm like, wow, how did you do this?
I think that is the job of a stylist, to be able to bring together something that you may not envision, but they can, in their head.
Exactly. So I think to be a stylist, you should be like a visionary, a visual visionary who can see things, how everything will come together, whether it is accessories, whether it is shoes, hair, makeup,
everything. So even for me as a stylist, when I put a look together, I always work in tandem with the hair and makeup artist and the actor that I'm working with, because it's a very collaborative effort, to put everything together. And hair and makeup is very, very important, especially for female actors.
You said a very, very important word here, Tanya, collaborative. Now, everybody is not very, people are of different psyches. So when I asked you the temperament of being a stylist, this is where I was coming to. When you say collaborative, so what kind of a person do you think should even think of becoming a stylist?
I think someone who's very open-minded. I think someone who's very patient, because you need to have patience in this profession. Initially you will start off by assisting someone. You will do that for a couple of years. You will learn the tricks of the trade, and then you will go on to being a stylist. So if you're someone who's super impatient, this is not the profession for you. You need to be patient. You need to be super hardworking, and you need to be super passionate about the world of fashion and styling. Yeah.
I mean, I'm very glad that you pointed out the word patience, because I remember when we are shooting, we are sitting in those vanity vans, all ready and
exactly.
But suddenly the lighting has to change, the camera has to move, and then you're just sitting there. So if you're not a patient person, you cannot do this. And
you have to be patient. Yeah, you have to be patient.
This was just one of the things. And the other thing, Tanya, what I have come across is, बहुत सारे बच्चे, बहुत सारे students जो कि ये देख रहे हैं, they all see that, designing and styling as a very fame, as a very, dhoom dhadaka, oh my God, I'm going to become a celebrity myself. Please put some light on that as well. थोड़े इनके ज्ञान चक्षु खोलिए.
Of course, what happens is that because you're hobnobbing with celebrities and you're working so much with them, maybe they're going on an outdoor shoot, so you're going away to London and Paris and etc. with celebrities. So it all looks really glossy, but there's a lot of hard work that goes behind it. There are a lot of hours of shooting. So you might be shooting in London, but you might be shooting for 12, 13 hours sometimes. You know what I mean? Sometimes you go, you go to a place which has long days, they'll make you shoot till 9 in the night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, sometimes you'll miss a meal. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of running around. Having said that, of course, there are lots of, pluses to it as well. Yeah. You get to travel, you get to look at beautiful clothes, you get to work with such amazing designers, etc. But it takes a lot of hard work, and it takes a lot of dedication, and perseverance to be able to be a successful stylist. Yeah.
Like, I tell everybody, whatever you see as glamour, that glamour is like the front gate entrance of a 5-star hotel.
Yeah.
When you start working in that 5-star hotel, when you go through the employee entry gate, is where you see how a 5-star functions.
Exactly. It's a lot like that. Yeah, it is a lot like that.
दिखावे में मत जाओ. जो पीछे होता है ना, धूप में भागना, मिट्टी हो, गर्मी हो, बारिश हो. If there is a set that is standing up there for hours, I mean, if there is a set that इतना सारा पैसा खर्च करके इतने सारे लोग वहाँ पे खड़े हैं, nobody is gonna bother about बारिश आ रही थी.
Nobody. Yeah. I mean, we work in all kinds of conditions, right? You just have to get the work done. The show must go on.
Show must go on is the statement here. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. So now a lot of times what happens is that, when you go ahead and you're doing something like this, where you're always time crunched, and where there is always a last minute requirement or a last minute change that comes to you. How do you handle that, Tanya?
I think it's a part of the job. Initially it used to, when I started off, it's now that it's been about 10, 12 years, I've gotten used to it. I know that last minute stuff is just a part of how, it works, as, in the industry. Yeah. But initially, of course, it used to harrow me. It used to worry me. I used to get stressed out. I used to be like literally at the edge of my seat, because I didn't know how to deal with a situation like that. But that's why it's so important to assist the right person, because if you work with the right person, you would have been in situations like that when you're working under them, so you know how to deal with those situations when they happen. So I think that getting working with the right teacher, I think, will teach you to how to deal with any of these time crunch situations or last minute changes. But now I've gotten used to it. We always have backups. Yeah. We always keep lots of clothes ready that are backups for an actor. So I think now we're very over prepared, and we never have an issue even if something changes last minute.
Wow. And now, in this one answer only, you have given us so many points. You have backup options, which was one of the things I was going to ask you. Then you went ahead and told us that, to go ahead and assist somebody who is already experienced. Please can you elaborate? Because this is one of the things that all the students, everybody who's aspiring needs to know how important, how vital it is to go ahead and assist or intern under somebody. Can you please highlight the facets that they go ahead and then they learn when they assist somebody?
I think it's very, very important, because what you learn on the job, you're never going to learn anywhere else. Like, you can study, you can do whatever it is, you know, and you can basically, you know, you can obviously learn the theory, you will learn the practical, everything in the 3 or 4 year course or a 2-year course that you do in fashion design, styling, business of styling. But what you learn on the job, you know, which is basically focus, you know, to be super dedicated, you know, to work on something every single day of your life with the same amount of hard work that you've put in the previous day, you know, and again, of course, be super patient, you know, be super compassionate, you know. I think it teaches you discipline. It teaches you, you know, it teaches you how to work with a team, which is so important. And I think I think it betters your craft.
Yeah, and the other thing, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Tanya, when you go ahead and you work with somebody who's very, very experienced, you also get to make those inroads into the business.
100%. Yeah. So I was coming to that. You network. You know, you end up networking.
Yes. Because
and that is really important. It's always that through work you'll get more work, right? So, you know, like people who've assisted me are now, you know, independently, like my assistant who worked with me for a couple of years, she's now styling Taboo independently. You know what I mean? So things like that, you know, things like that just happen because,
what happens is that when you go ahead and you work with somebody like Tanya or somebody like an Anaita or somebody who's very established, styling is, like Tanya said in the beginning, that you have to go ahead and put those looks together assorted from various brands. How do you know those brands? How do you know those designers?
I think that happens with experience of working with someone, right? Yeah, basically.
That is where, now when they start working with you, Tanya, now everybody who's looking for a profession, 2 things are very important. One is their interest in the profession. And second is they need to be kind of monetarily also be satisfied. Would you like to share some light on to what kind of a career graph a prospective stylist can look at when they start interning with you or somebody else? How much can they expect?
So Neeraj, I'm going to be fully frank with you. When you start interning with someone, I think when you first get a job where you haven't done anything before, you're just out of college. I think that you if you start doing an internship, you know, and you either get paid a very minimal amount or even almost a negligible amount, but you have, say, your conveyance taken care of, you know, and you are like, okay, I'm going to do this for 3 months to gain that experience because it's my first time. I would say you should jump in and you should do that anyway, you know, as far as you're not losing any money and you are going to, you know, have your conveyance covered by whoever is hiring you. You know, I think that's a good first step into an internship. And then, of course, after that, after the first 3 months, then if somebody wants to hire you into your team, like a full-time assistant, you know, if you're talking numbers, I would say salaries range anywhere between 12 to 20 grand, depending on, you know, how much experience they have, etc., etc. You know, and what you feel and how much space you have in your team.
Yeah, and how much does the stylist trust you? How much does the stylist think that, okay, you know what, you are getting that kind of experience?
And then after that, it just grows, you know, and then from there, depending on how long the person has been with you, and, you know, they start getting paid. Assistants get paid with the stylist, of course, which is your flat fee with the stylist. And they also get paid on per project, you know, so sometimes on ad campaigns, on movies, you know, on certain events or promotions, they get paid then on a per day basis or a per project basis.
Wow. So if somebody is really diligent, so guys, what Tanya said was that when you have to go ahead and start interning with somebody, beginning of your career when you have zero experience, please only be happy if somebody is even able to reimburse your actuals.
Exactly.
Means या कुछ खाना पीना या जो भी है, because somewhere they're putting in their trust in you, somewhere they're depending in you, and they're helping you learn.
Yeah.
Another academy only. Okay.
Yeah.
Next thing, when you start working with them, maybe if they hire you, you go into the range of around 12 to 20, 25, depending on what is your equation with the stylist, how much does the stylist trust you.
Correct.
Yeah. Even I know stylists, when they start doing, I will not quote on figures here, but I know a lot of money.
But that, Neeraj, it happens after like a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, you have to like do it for a couple of years. You have to work really hard. Yeah. You know, I mean, you have to kind of build your name, and then of course it happens, right? Yeah. Of course, I'm not gonna lie. You know, stylists do get paid well when they reach
very well.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
बच्चों को सिर्फ डराते नहीं है ना, इनको थोड़ा ऐसा भी दिखा दे कि नहीं सच में पैसे.
Yeah, no. You can make very good money if you know if you stick around and you stick around to love this and do this for a long enough time. Yeah.
Especially Tanya, correct me if I'm wrong. There is a lot of good money that the stylists make when they go ahead and do these ads. Like I know everybody who gets associated with advertisements, whether it is a director, whether it is an actor, producer, whosoever, they all make a lot of money on advertisements because corporates have those kind of budgets.
Yeah, correct.
So that is one thing.
So that, I mean, ad campaigns is where your stylist or anybody for that matter makes the money. Yeah. Brand campaigns is where specialists make make the money that they make basically. Yeah.
So now we are getting a question. I will just take that question in between. Now somebody is just asking, I just read one bit of it, that if they haven't had any formal education on, to become a stylist, or they haven't learned designing, or they haven't gone through the basic studies of being a part of fashion industry, do you think they still can go ahead and become a fashion stylist?
I think you can. I think it's not completely, it's not like it can't happen at all. No. You can still do it if you work with someone. If you get a job with someone who is specializing in styling or designing, and you learn on the job, you can still continue and do it, So I wouldn't say that I would not completely negate that, you can only be a stylist if you've studied it. I mean, think about it. Manish Malhotra is such an accomplished designer. He never studied design.
He started as a stylist.
Exactly. So I think it's different for different people. I'm not saying or discouraging people from studying, because I always encourage and I always think it's going to teach you something, but I don't think it's completely impossible.
Guys, Tanya has taken the example of Manish Malhotra. This I can tell you personally. I have never seen a man more diligent in his job than Manish Malhotra.
Exactly.
Yeah, I work with Lakme Fashion Week, so I know, oh my God, and he really looks into everything. So he's really hands-on.
Exactly.
So if you want to follow Manish's footsteps, you really need to know, you know what, I will get up every day at 6 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't matter what time I go to bed.
Exactly. I think Manish is successful because he's very disciplined, which is going back to what I had even said. I think discipline is a very big part of being successful. Yeah.
Tanya, another disbelief I would like to say that comes for fashion styling and fashion designing is a lot of students think that only if they come from an affluent background, a well-to-do background, because there is a lot that you have to go ahead and spend from your side in procuring things and doing things. Do you think that somewhere is a thing, or no? That does not matter?
No, I don't think so. I don't think money buys style, right?
Yeah.
So I think that I had assistants who all come from very humble backgrounds, and I think it's just an innate quality that they have, and an aesthetic that they have of how to put things together.
Yeah.
I am someone, Neeraj, I didn't come from a very affluent background. My father, of course, was a cricketer, but and obviously he pushed me to do what I wanted to do. But I never spent too much money. I still don't on like very expensive things. I'll buy things from vintage stores. I'll buy things from like thrift stores. I'll mix them with like high street clothes. So I make my looks. I think that you don't need to spend too much money to look chic. You just need to have the aesthetic. Yeah.
Yes. Now you going ahead and putting looks together. I remember that one example that we all have heard of, how Kareena Kapoor Khan was to go ahead for an event. Her flight was to leave in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
For the sari, and you went home and you got the jacket, which was your look, and you put the look together. It has become iconic. There are so many people following that look now.
Yeah.
Another example. What was? I mean, please go ahead and share another example that has happened with you. And I'm sure there are many.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there are many examples. I've been working with all of them for so long. I'm trying to think of something really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been working with Katrina for about 10 or 11 years, and she has the knack to basically, she'll always look at something and then she'll be like, in her head, she's kind of created a puzzle, you know what I mean? And she's like, oh, can we mix this with this one and this with this one? So I feel like, with Katrina, I feel like we've always done looks that were very like, I mean, I always feel like I pick some stuff and then she will look at the most unusual thing. So, because of that, I've ended up doing a couple of really unusual stuff with Katrina. Yeah. Unusual looks with Katrina, especially when I did promotions for her with Aditya Roy Kapoor, which was that film. I'm forgetting the name. The one with Katrina and Aditya.
In Kashmir that was shot.
Yeah, correct. So the promotions of that film, we did a lot of amazing, like out of the box looks that were very interesting, and how we mixed and matched the jewelry, and I think that is definitely a promotional schedule that had like a lot of really good looks.
Okay, so now the other thing is, when you're going ahead and doing all of this, there must have been boo-boos also. Last moment, some gadbad. It has happened now.
With Katrina only. Like, I remember she was going for an award function and she was wearing a Naeem Khan gown, which was super duper heavy. Okay, it must have been 12 kilos because it was full of like sully work, black sully work all over the gown. Literally, like 2 minutes before she was supposed to leave, we were zipping the gown up and the zip just snapped. And she had done all her hair and makeup, everything, jewelry, everything was sorted according to that look. So it wasn't like we could change it like 2 minutes before. And actually, I think that we may have done 1 or 2 pictures in it before, before we kind of finally zipped it up. So she was like, I have to wear it. There's no option. So we literally sewed her into the gown. We literally were sewing her into the gown, and she had to kind of come home and rip the gown apart. And she called me in the night and she was like, listen, I'm ripping this gown apart because I can't get out of it. Yeah. So we've had episodes like that.
Guys, did you see that one thing which also comes across is that you need to be really calm.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are not a calm person, you will never be able to handle. And I can tell you from my personal experience as well, like Tanya has shared, there are so many times that these last minute glitches happen.
Exactly.
If you
have to, the thing is, Neeraj, like a lot of my assistants and my team, they always tell me that you never get angry. Like, I don't understand.
That's why Tanya Gavri is Tanya Gavri.
Yeah, no, and I think the whole point is to find solutions. There's no point getting angry. There's no point getting frustrated or stressed when there are tough situations, because you have to find a solution to move on, you know.
Tanya, there's a question that has come for you. How do you manage going ahead and doing your styling bit as well as going ahead and aggregating this wonderful trunk show that you do? The exhibition. How do you put it together?
Thankfully, Neeraj, I have 2 very strong teams.
Yeah.
So the core, when your core is very strong and you have, pillars of support in both the businesses, things just happen. For the Dhoom Dham company, I have Ashi Dua, who is also a producer, and she is my partner in the company.
Wow.
So I am the creative side of Dhoom Dham, and she executes everything that I envision. So I think we make a very good team. And then, of course, we have a great team of girls who works in Dhoom Dham.
Yeah.
So, they are somebody who, we will brainstorm. It's again a collaborative effort. And then they really know they work hard and they execute stuff, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And the same thing with my styling team. I have a great group of girls, who do right from referencing to emailing designers to to doing fittings, to doing being there on the final day. So I think team effort makes a huge difference.
Exactly. So I don't know how many times I have gone ahead and said this, and Tanya has gone and given us these various, insights into it. So Tanya, I would like to just share this acronym that I have formed, which I use everywhere. I call it STUD.
Yeah.
So what is STUD? STUD S stands for Shiddat. Shiddat means diligence.
Yeah.
Whenever you want to go ahead and do it with diligence.
Yeah, for sure.
Be a team player. Like Tanya said, she's able to operate as an organization because the team is there in place to go ahead and take it.
For sure.
Yeah. You means uniqueness.
Yeah.
If you are not unique, if you do not go ahead and follow your instincts, you will end up looking like a copy of something that already exists.
Exactly.
Uniqueness. And D, जो कि मैंने ताने से पहले ही बात किया था, D means कभी भी जिंदगी में धक्के खाने से घबराना नहीं.
Yeah.
जितने ज्यादा धक्के खाओगे उतना ज्यादा सीखोगे.
Exactly.
Please go ahead and involve this STUD.
I think the process is also as important as the destination, right?
It is the journey. It is never the destination.
It is the journey. Yeah.
It is the journey that matters.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
So Tanya, now that we have you here, I would like to understand. I'd like to know, and I think everybody else would also like to know. Like you said, Katrina has her own aesthetics and her sensibility as well. I would like to know from you, who is your favorite female celebrity when it comes to Indian wear?
Bebo. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bebo. You know why? Because I just think that she really enjoys Indian clothes, and I think that she really feels it. Like when she wears,
I think she feels everything.
She feels everything. But I feel like, like Karina glows in India.
Yeah.
Or something about her in a anarkali or a sari or a lehenga. It's like, wow, you're like, just like, that's a drop dead gorgeous Indian woman. You know what I mean?
Proud about it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Bebo in Indian, I have seen that every time I've styled Karina in any Indian, that gets the most amount of kind of traction and eyeballs for me also as a stylist. Yeah.
And for Western wear?
Katrina, for sure. I feel like Katrina really has the sass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She has the sass to pull a lot of things off that a lot of other girls can't,
Yeah.
And I think she has the body as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
God, who can deny that?
Yeah.
Okay, now coming to men. I know you are not majorly concentrated on men, but I'm sure you have an idea.
Yeah, of course.
So, in men, who do you think, how there's a regular, a classic styled man? Who do you think is that of the best? As for you.
Rahul Khanna. I think I think Saif and Rahul.
Right.
If I would say.
Yeah.
Saif Ali Khan and Rahul Khanna are like so chic. They're
chic.
always well put together. They're always kind of like, like that really kind of, I would say that really like handsome, elegant, handsome men. Yeah.
Now that we know that, there is a lot of this unisex thing that is coming out. Who do you think is experimental in their dressing when it comes to men?
Oh, wow. That's an interesting question. But I have seen Disha Patni really trying a lot of unisex kind of like athleisure vibe,
things, yes.
Like oversized t-shirts. And I feel like she really works that stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like she looks the best actually when she's very dressed down.
Yeah. Yes.
And, I think her personality comes across when she's in unisex athleisure clothes. Yeah.
I would like to contribute. I was looking majorly for a men. Who as per you is a male star who's a little experimental and OTT
Ranveer Singh.
goes, yeah.
I mean, is there even a competition? I mean, he's somebody who's just like, he showed up at GQ Awards in like pajamas. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Who's more experimental than that?
Yeah.
I really think he treats fashion as like an expression of like himself. You know what I mean? He's talking through his fashion. He's trying to say something. And I always feel like it's a code word to something. You know what I mean? So you have to decipher it. Yeah.
He is fantastic. And it's, I have always felt, because I also do a lot of experimental stuff. It's not that, I also don't like to go very classic in my styling. I have realized that it's your confidence in yourself that helps you carry off whatever it is. If you start feeling shy about something, you will convey, and your body language will go ahead and say that you're not comfortable in it. And that is
100%. You have to be comfortable. You have to be unique to yourself.
Yes.
And, you just have to kind of have the confidence to pull off what you're wearing. So if you're feeling super uncomfortable in something, it's going to show, know.
Okay, now I've been told that we've got only 2 minutes to go. So I just want to understand from you, how do you see the world of fashion, especially in terms of styling, undergoing a change post this corona that we are in?
I think Neeraj, a lot of things are going to get digital. Like I said, a lot of platforms are going to go digital. A lot of virtual styling sessions will happen. A lot of virtual fittings will happen for sure. Teams will get smaller. Shoots will get way smaller. Things will be super sanitized. There will be machinery to sanitize everything, even for a stylist. So I think that things will happen, but things will actually get more streamlined for the better. Sometimes on a set we used to have thousands of people or hundreds of people. We won't have that. Now it's going to be only people who need to be there. Yeah. So I think, I think that's the future.
Yeah. So guys, before we go ahead and end this, I would like to just highlight one thing. Another aspect of you being in any industry, whether it is styling, whether it is as a designer, whether it is anywhere that you want to go ahead and work, always remember you are a human being and you're working with humans. Your relationship management, your emotional intelligence, your way of connecting with people is the most important aspect of any kind of career that you desire in life. If you are not a person who can go ahead and, form those bonds, it will be very difficult for you to go ahead and rise.
Correct.
So much, Tanya.
Thank you.
I learned so much. It was very good. And I think Sonam back there. She's not taken away from us. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sonam, over to you.
Thank you so much, Neeraj and Tanya. You guys are so sassy and so fashionable, let me tell you. क्या मजा आया आप दोनों की बातें सुन के, and there was so much passion and so much fashion that rhymed, guys. So much passion and so much passion flowing out of the screen. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here with us at the Edutainment show. You guys are amazing. I'm sure all the students who are watching us out there got really, really inspired by your passion, by your insights. Thank you.
I can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving, so keep dancing. Everybody say.
Show 2020. Thank you so much to all of our viewers, all of our listeners, all the students, all the aspirants for joining in today. We hope you've registered with us. Our next speaker here today is here to discuss the interior design process from conceptualization to the execution stage. He is from the Instituto Marangoni, the School of Fashion, Art and Design. We have here with us Mr. Somil Sheth. He's professor and unit leader at Instituto Marangoni, Mumbai, and he's going to talk about all things interior design from concept to execution. A very warm welcome, Somil. Thank you so much for joining us. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, everyone. Thank you, Sonam, so much. And hello, everyone. Welcome to today's webinar. Today, we will be talking about concept to execution in an interior designing process. My name is Somil Sheth, and I am going to be your moderator today. I'm an interior designer by profession and the unit leader of interior designing at Instituto Marangoni, Mumbai. I've also been a former student of the Institute, and I'm very excited to be hosting this session today. Before we get started, I would like to discuss a little bit about what is an interior designer and what is the difference with an interior decorator. So let's get started. The difference between an interior designer and a decorator. It's a commonly asked question by a lot of clients and everything. An interior designer and an interior decorator are often mistaken as the same thing, although there are many overlaps between the two jobs. They both carry their own distinct role in the industry. So let's say you have decided on making a few changes at home or at your office, or you've just bought a new property, and then you start realizing that you're going to need help at some point. You now start looking for a possible service and find some professionals. When you start finding some professionals, you end up realizing that some professionals describe themselves as an interior designer, while the others describe themselves as an interior decorator. This is a frequently asked question amongst clients. What is the difference, and when do you need which service? Let's clear that doubt before we get into the concept to the execution. Interior designer. Interior designer actually plays with the entire space from the scratch. It is very important to analyze the different space and what is the responsibility of a designer. Responsibility of a designer is to understand the client's needs, and it's supposed to be created a functional structural living or a workplace. You end up planning the space, you execute a certain space according to the client's requirement. What is an interior designer is something that we just spoke about. What is a role of an interior designer? The role of an interior designer is not only to look at the decorative element or the final result or the final output of the space, but do great research and look at different types of usage, sounds, the aesthetics, the acoustics inside the space, also the flammability, and a lot more. To analyze a plan, an aesthetic, functional interior layout is very important as a designer. While, on the other hand, we talk about an interior decorator. What is an interior decorator? An interior decorator, in fact, only plays with a semi-furnished apartment where they get this flooring installed, the light fixtures being installed, as well as the paint and the structural space ready. Many clients require a personalized home, just a touch-up of redecorating a space and not reconstructing the entire project. So they end up calling an interior decorator. Responsibilities of an interior decorator. Responsibilities of an interior decorator is a lot. Not only do you just look into the fun element, but you also look into the aesthetics of the space. You need to be able to create a nice coordination between the right usage of colors, materials, and a lot more artifacts and products and objects in your space. What is interior designing all about? It's quite confusing at times. Let's understand what interior design actually is. It's a multifaceted profession in which technical and creative solutions are applied to build an interiors of a structure. It is about how we experience a space and also play a powerful role in our everyday life. We work, we play, we even heal with the help of an aesthetically pleasing interior designing. Interior designs are meant to be functional and to enhance the quality of the life for a client. Maybe it will be a workplace, a beautiful designed public space, or let it even be an attractive and comfortable home. That's a role of an interior designer. At the same time, a lot of people only think about interior designing to be a project that is only residential and commercial. But actually, that's not the only part we focus for interior designing. There's a lot more you can even do with interior designing and the profession. There's a lot of public spaces to be designed, a lot of industrial places, factories, and everything. Also, a lot of holiday house, bungalows, farmhouses, and more. Also, an interesting part is visual merchandising. A building block of interiors. This is something that is quite unique and quite different, and it's very important to be able to make sure your building of the interior space is attractive. There are 7 steps, 7 different types of interior space to be designed in a functional way and aesthetically pleasing at the same time. Furniture and objects, space, form, color, pattern and texture, line and lights. Let's take a moment here and discuss a little bit about each. What is a space? Space is one of the most important elements of an interior design, and the space acts like a foundation on which the entire interior design plan is built. Form. Form is based on is generally known as a 3-dimensional object in a space. It is a play on shape that can be made by merging 2 shapes or more. Colors. Colors have something very unique about themselves. They play a very important role in a design. As we all know, color brings in life to a space. And a color at the same time is playing a massive psychological role in a person's mind. Patterns and textures. What is patterns and textures, and why do we require to know and select the right kind of pattern or texture? It is very important, as we know, each clients have their own personalities as well as they have their own style that they're looking for. A pattern is important to understand the client's need, and once you do understand the client's need, you end up presenting a client with a professional design concept with the help of a geometrical pattern or a minimalistic or a floral. It depends on the selection and which fits the personality of the client. Texture. Texture as well is very important because it helps you make the space a lot more comfortable. Whether you use rough texture, you use smooth textures, there are multiple fabrics and everything as well out there in the market. You touch a velvet, what kind of feel does it give you? Versus you feel a leather or a jacquard. Each fabric, each material has a different texture. Line. Line generally are known to have 3 different types: horizontal, vertical, and dynamic. What is a horizontal, vertical, and a dynamic line, you may ask? Horizontal lines you normally find in different tables, chair, and furniture pieces, while the vertical lines you find in doors and windows. A dynamic line is also known as an angular line, which has created a dramatic feel in the space and is normally found on staircases. Light. As we all know, Light is a very important part of everyday lifestyle now, as everybody likes to go out, take beautiful photos of themselves, and and be able to take beautiful photos of themselves and be able to post them as well. At the same time, interiors and light go hand in hand. It is very important because the light creates a certain mood and the environment in a space. Each light color plays a different role in a space. It gives you the pleasant feeling. It can be warm light, daylight, color light, or anything as such. When a light is reflected on any piece of furniture or a wall covering or even a pillow covering, it translates to be very important and shows a dramatic feel as well. Lastly, furniture and objects. Furniture and objects are very crucial while selecting a particular piece for the space, because at the end of the day, you need to know the right proportions of what kind of furniture and objects you would want to use for a particular space. Furniture can be comfortable, cozy, bulky, while it could be also like clean lines, aluminium frameworks, and edgy at the same time. What kind of a look and feel are you really going for the space will help translate that with the help of the selection of your objects and furniture. Concept and development and its importance. As we are going to be discussing today about how important concept is important in an interior process. So, what is a concept development and why is it so important in an interior design profession? A concept is actually the starting point of an interior design project, which consists of visual representation of style, mood, and colors of the future space of the client. A concept is one that gives the client an overall feel and look of the space as well. Though it does not show the physical furniture, finishes, or accessories, it gives the client an idea, the direction that they're heading towards. A well-defined concept will let the designer explore their creativity in the right direction while working on the future on the project. What is a concept like we've already discussed? It is a fairly subjective topic and each individual sees to be it in a different way. A concept normally gives a central character to the project. And this is the only time when design, not only actually, my bad, but this is the time when each designers get to flex their creativity and they can explore their imaginations to the wildest dreams as possible. The importance of a concept in an interior design process. Why would we consider even designing or developing a concept? We all know and think its concept plays a major role in the design world. And while designing a particular project, it gives you a direction and also helps your entire team to go in the right path and not switch and get lost midway. It acts like a roadmap and makes future decisions easier for each individual to translate their imaginations into a concept. How do you end up developing a concept? Developing a concept could be tricky, but exciting and fun at the same time. Developing a concept is very important. First, you need to know what your client's requirements are for a particular space. May it be a residential or commercial or public or any design. It's very important to understand your client and their needs precisely. A client brief, when it's given, you go back, you analyze, you look at the site, you go and see the surrounding. Where is the natural light coming in from? What is around the space? When you open your window, what do you see? It is very important as a lot of placement moves around the doors and the windows and the structure of the space. Developing a concept is also inspired by different elements in life. You can even be walking on a street and a leaf might just fall in front of you. And you look at how the leaf moves fluidly and falls slowly to the ground. At the same time, it creates a certain shadow effect. A lighting effect with the leaf falling on the ground would be really interesting to incorporate a lighting inspiration into your project as well. So keep your eyes open at all times when you walk on the streets, or you go or you travel anywhere you are, even at sitting at home. You look up in the ceiling, close your eyes, dream or think about anything extraordinary, and see how you could possibly translate that into your project. Concept development is very important as a team together as well, where more minds you have, the greater concept you can develop. After you meet the client and analyze them really well and understand their needs and requirements for their space, you go back, sit with your team, and discuss further on how to go about developing a concept for a particular client. Client may want something, but they're not designers. You are going to be designers and a professional person who could actually help the client streamline down their ideas and create a beautiful concept for the project. Phases of execution in an interior design project. As we now have already spoken about what a concept is all about, the next step is very important. Is not only you develop a concept and your work is done. That's not the only role. You have to execute and be able to translate each of your inspirations as well as your concept into an actual space. The phases of execution is very important. First phase of execution is procurement phase, wherein you need to sit with your team, finalize the materials, light fixtures, furnitures, wall coverings, art pieces, everything. You need to fix the spot first. Once you realize where you are going to place which item in a space, it makes your life a lot faster and easier while designing. Second most important thing is finding the right vendors. A lot of times people end up going to look at the budgeting and fall into trap because budget that is a vendor that gives you a low budget is not the one you should end up going with. It is very important to go back and check what kind of work have they done. What are the finishes do they provide? You need to get the right kind of civil work, civil engineers, plumbers, carpentries, electricians, and more. Depending on site to site, you can also require mapping of the trees if it's a farmhouse. You need to know the space that you're designing for. While you're designing, a detailed schedule work is very important to be given by each vendor as well as yourself to the vendors. Reason being is you know which part of your project is going to be completed at what time. It is very important to keep a timeline, as you do not want to exceed your time and make your clients unhappy. The second is the building phase. Building phase is very important to be having regular site visit to overlook the design process, the execution part. You also need to see the implementation, the construction, and installation of the designs. A lot of site problems are going to come your way, but it is very important to be on site and talk to your vendors and make sure the designing process is easier while you help the vendors complete their queries and you help them with clearing out the entire questions that they have for you. It's sometimes problems that occur on site that you may not even think about. You actually only end up realizing it once your project has started. So like I said, execution is not the only thing that is important. Sorry, my bad. The concept is not the only thing that is important, but the execution phase is very important. When we talk about an execution phase, it is the evaluation phase that comes to the end. And the evaluation phase is very, very important because you need to go to the site yourself and be able to look at every corner of the room. When you look at every corner of the room, you will be able to see each part of the room being finished as per your needs, because you're the one that is a designer. It is your project. It is the important part that you portray your design the way you want and everybody to see. At the end of the execution, when you see your project come to life, from a piece of paper that you start creating a concept, start creating sketches, your mood boards, and other additional things as well. It's important to understand and feel and see how your project has come to life. The process of designing at Instituto Marangoni. Since we have gone through the concept to execution part, let me start talking about a little bit more into how we teach our students the designing process at Instituto Marangoni, Mumbai. We follow a similar designing process for designing an interior space where the tutors will help the students through the course with the guided process to execute our students' ideas into a more realistic concept. We also help them right from the concept development stage to the execution of a model, to an execution to a model in our laboratory. We also help them get inspired by various famous interior designers and famous case studies from around the world. Let me show you step by step of how we develop a project with our students. First is very important, as we have already gone in the brief. A project brief has been given to our students. A project brief tells the students of what needs to be designed and what is the space that we're looking at. Let's take a rough example. I'll give you an example of the project that we have ended up developing with our students this year. At the same time, I would like to show you a little bit more about our students' project at Instituto Marangoni. After your brief has been provided to our students, they go back. And once they go back, they start thinking, what is the right fit for this particular space? They need to emphasize, define, ideate, prototype, and test each of the phases and what they have designed. Design thinking is very important. It's something like a mind map you create yourself. It's more like a scrapbook for your personal use and your team. It is something that you will develop in great depth as well. Research book. You start collecting inspirational images, emotional images, what inspires you and what you think fits the best for a particular space. You start collecting all the pieces of furniture, light fixtures. You also start looking into the surfaces, the wall coverings, to look how each space will work well with one material with another piece of furniture as well. After your research development has been done, you start creating your concept. A concept is what? Like I said, this time we had given our students to design a spa with an existing space in Milan. One of our students wanted to enhance the spa with a sensory experience, where the student wanted to be able for a client to walk into the space and be able to sense and maximize each sense in their body as well. Material selections. We start creating our materials, we start collecting them, we put them together and get into the area development. Start finalizing and shortlisting our materials as well. The technical development. We teach our students different softwares at the institute. AutoCAD, 3D rendering, Photoshop, and InDesign. This is a floor plan developed by one of our students, which is for a spa. This is known as the technical development of a section. The materials have been added in Photoshops as well. Not only do they use the technicality of designing a space, we also allow our students to explore their inner artists by using the different kind of sketches and drawing techniques, maybe watercolors, let it be markers, a color pencil, even shading with charcoal could be interesting. Each designer has their own technique. This is the 3D rendered model by one of our students. which is the swimming pool of the spa that I've showed you earlier. Just before we end this conversation, I would like to show you one of my projects that was designed by me for a client of mine, Tas Dute. It is a tea cafe which was designed in Bandra. This project was actually very interesting for me as well, and very inspiring at the same time, because the client gave me the freedom to explore my ideas and come up with the most creative ideas, because they wanted to get a beautiful space design for them. After I understood a short brief by the client, I understood that they are looking for a Parisian style, more of a street in Paris. Well, now it's a tea cafe, and they're looking for a French tea cafe at the same time. What I ended up doing is analyzing their brand colors, their identity, their look, their feel. I looked at their crockeries, I looked at their teas, I looked at the design of their web page, their website, as well as their Instagram as well. It was very interesting. And I started creating a concept around an inspiration, around the Parisian style. I'm going to show you guys a few images of how we ended up designing the space. This is the ground floor. It was actually a 1,000 square feet cafe, which had an outdoor seating as well. As we spoke about how we wanted to incorporate a Paris, a street of Paris into this space, I used an architectural element as well in designing this space. If you see the street lamps and the lights that are hanging are very different, and you would not see in a regular interior space. That's why I decided to play an architectural element in the space itself. If you see the colors closely, and if you know the brand yourself, you will know that their brand identity is known for different colors such as blue, pink, green, white, and gold. I used unique finishes on the lamps as well. It was a patina finish. It was very inspiring at the same time. This was the other side of the space. That's a close-up of the street lamp that leads you to the upper part of the cafe. This part is quite interesting. As the street, the cracks, the roads, everything was being placed, my client wanted to continue the entire flooring with the pattern. While I told my client, it will be very disturbing and it will not look so clean at the same time. What I ended up doing is creating a different space for seating and the retail area and the rest of the space. This is the upstairs of the cafe, where you have the molding and the wall lamps hung as well. This is the upper side. If you notice something closely, I looked into each detail of the space. I did not even leave the AC vent. I even asked my painters to paint the entire AC vent in a patina finish as well. Thank you so much. And that was the presentation of how important it is to develop a concept before executing any space. Because if you do not have a concept, you're lost. You will end up creating a chaos in a design. But at the same time, before we end this discussion, I would like to just highlight, remember, not all decorators can design, but all designers can decorate. Thank you. Now, I would leave this platform for a couple of questions that you guys might have asked to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Somil. I think that was very insightful, very, very educational, I should say. I learned a lot of things from you. When you said, not all decorators can design, but all designers can decorate. I think that's one takeaway that I'm going to take with me for a long time. Very well said. Thank you for being here with us. I will just check for any questions if we have. But honestly, Somil, your presentation was self-explanatory. It was extremely comprehensive. So we don't have any questions for now, but thank you so much for being here with us.
Ugly. Ugly. Yeah, that too. I don't like what I see. Okay, let me rephrase that. I hate what I see. I see work for work's sake. I see potential digging itself a nice, comfy little hole. It's almost as if somewhere along the line we decided that this is how the world is supposed to be. People walk past things every single day, and I can't stand the fact that we look but never see. We're all creators, you and I. We're supposed to see things. We can change things, twist form and function, alter perceptions. But the first step to solving any problem is recognizing there is one. Open your eyes and look at the bigger picture. It can be bad, or it can be good. And that is totally up to you.
Welcome back to Edutainment Show Live 2020. Thank you so much to all of our viewers, listeners, aspirants, students, everybody who's tuned in, who's joined us. We at Edutainment truly believe that even though in these unprecedented times, these challenging times, these COVID times, we can't step out to learn, but learning at home shouldn't stop. We truly feel education and knowledge sharing shouldn't stop. So, our next session today is about e-learning during COVID times, powered by Adobe. We have our very dynamic moderator here with us. Very happy to welcome on the panel Dr. Sameer Karkhane, CEO, Yangpu Executive Education, V School PGP MNE. Thank you so much, Dr. Sameer, for joining us.
My pleasure. Hi. So thanks, Sonam, for the introduction, and welcome everybody to a very strong power pack session on online learning and in the COVID times and in the future. We are really fortunate to have an amazing panel today. Very senior industry veterans from the education industry. We have Sudeep from the edutech and the content and the Adobe part, who is really going to facilitate this discussion. So before I start, let me briefly introduce you. We have Colonel Bose here from the Karnavati University. We have Mr. Dr. Vijay Shankar here from Pro Vice Chancellor of GD Goenka University. And we have from the east, from the very far, Mr. Sanjay Pratap Singh from Royal Global University, Guwahati. And Supreet, welcome to you, and thanks for really putting together this and supporting this initiative. Yeah. So
my pleasure, Dr. Sameer. Welcome to all.
Yes. Hi. So my name is Dr. Sameer, and I run a edutech company in India, and we are into the online education space. We represent the Harvard Business School in India and some other countries. And so we have a mix of people here who are educationists to run institutions and universities, so deal very closely with students' fraternity. Sudeep works again with universities to provide them the cutting edge knowledge, content, techniques to facilitate learning. And I come from the online education and student acquisition space, so we are in a good company with each other. So before I really start on how things are moving in, what is currently happening in the world? Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary ji, welcome to you. Thanks for joining in. Great, we are just about to start. So super. So the context today is there is global competition happening in the online learning space. Universities who are currently traditional, conventional brick and mortar now need to really blend the online learnings into their academic curriculum. The learners have also changed in terms of profile. Your millennial learners are the pocket size, nano size, content driven learning, because they are the guys who understand Netflix. These are the guys who consume food on Swiggy twice a day. These are the same people who book on Book My Show. So they are used to a technology driven consumption economy. And we as universities try to put them in a 3 or a 4 year degree program with a 3-hour lecture, So this is an entire dilemma which was unfolding over a period of years, but now the speed has caught up because of the pandemics. So if this kind of a situation is there, we have another stakeholders in mind, the recruiters, the people who really consume the products, and that is the students which we really create in their academic careers. So what are the recruiters also looking at today? Are they really looking at degrees, or they are looking at skills to do jobs? Are they looking at degrees which are relevant and skills which need them to do the job of today, or they are really looking at future degrees? So if all this is put together, then we are going to discuss today, keeping in mind the three stakeholders. One is the student community who is going to consume these lectures. Then there are the faculties and university colleagues of ours, because there needs to be a mindset change. And we all have seen what Zoom learning and Zoom teaching, how faculty members are also a little panicked. There is a paradox between learners and students and faculty. Again, now, whether is online teaching going to be so difficult as it looks like now? How do we really blend technology and use concepts which can now also allow you to do simulation, hands-on work, which was to be done in practical labs? Can they be online? Will we kill the spirit of, the integration, classroom deliberation. So if this is all what it is, so then the faculty and the academicians also become stakeholders for us, and of course the recruiters. So if this three in mind, well, let's start our session today, and probably we can open up and have our opening comments for the first 2 or 3 minutes, each one of us, and then we will encourage interaction and maybe we'll take some questions also. So good to go? Sir, we will start with you, Dr. Sanjay Pratap Singh, sir. Why don't you just share your views on what you have in mind on this?
Thank you so much, Sameer. My fellow panelists, I'll not waste time in introducing everyone. It's very, very difficult to concise my thoughts in 3 minutes. I think 3 hours are less. But nevertheless, I think I'll just try, because this is such a big, vast area. But I'll just share a few things as a lifelong learner, as a student. Still, I'm pursuing my distance degree in LLM law from Annamalai University. This is my 4th year. I could not complete in 3 years. So based upon that experience and whatever experience we had in last almost 90 days, I would say that the population of students, I think it was 0.3 billion at the time in the February, they were online, and now it is 1.3 billion people are online studies. So this is almost a 1 billion jump in last 2-3 months. And that is a very promising jump, I would say that. And I'm very positive about this online mode and learning in a manner that we gradually will migrate to a situation where we will be able to have brick and mortar university intact, because nobody can replace brick and mortar universities, because knowledge is one part, but more than that, other components, social component, attitudinal component, behavioral component, and the students not only come to university for their classroom attendance and knowledge. There are so many other things associated with that. But the time is less, I will not discuss that. But then I am a strong believer of brick and university. But this pandemic time has given me a very good platform to learn myself first, to start online classes, and also to use all possible modes available for online teaching. And the new normal will be the blended way of teaching, where 20%, 30% we can have in the through online mode, or maybe 50%, 60% in the classroom. Many subjects which are require only classroom interaction, behavioral science, and others, they require classroom, practicals require classrooms and practical labs. But many subjects where we have only conceptual thing and where we can have such kind of online learning, that should be a blended form. And sports, other activities. So I'm having so many ideas. I would love to share those ideas.
Sure, we'll keep it as we go ahead. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. So, Dr. Jayashankar, sir, you are a part of a very integrated university, GD Goenka, very multidisciplinary. What are your views? How this entire technology disruption is being looked at your level?
We were, obviously, all of us were caught by surprise in these days. Now, what has happened is the past. That's not the issue. Actually, the change in pedagogy that we need to do is the more important one. So there are three things. It's just the pedagogy is one issue. The other is also the assessment. How do you, because finally when the student comes in, they have to get some credentials. How do you make the assessment? Now, typically, what I find is that our faculty colleagues have still not adapted to, in some cases, the pedagogy change that is required, and also what is it that you need to really assess. So we have to move towards a more outcome-based assessment in the short run. And the other thing is that as it was coming in a long time. We have talked about brick and mortar. For example, our university is heavily invested in infrastructure. So the experiential part is obviously very important, but also we need to move towards a more blended approach rather than just sort of use the traditional contact-based approach. We need to move on to a blended approach, and which is where technology actually comes in. So both in terms of the understanding the outcome of that's been delivered by the student for graduation, and also what is it that the teacher wants to convey. Those also are challenging. Those are also challenged by technology.
So true. Absolutely. Most of the conventional, traditional big universities like yours are in the dilemma how to blend curriculum, assessment, and content. So true. So coming to you, Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary, sir, you have been a veteran, lot of study, work you have done in the media, entertainment, advertising space. So how do you look at this at the Adamas University now? You can unmute yourself, please.
Irrespective of Adamas University or wherever, the future is very different than what we know. So December 2020 is not going to be December 2019 anymore. And therefore, yes, at this point of time, we might be in digital mode just now because there is lockdown, there is a different scenario. But going ahead, it will be a phygital world, physical plus digital. Some people call it blended, some people call it hybrid. I'm calling it phygital, with physical coming before digital. So that's clear. And alongside, I would like to point out that so far we have been managing our educational system by general reports, Excel sheets, and on paper, on diary, on register, and all that. We'll be moving to learning management systems, LMS. LMS in every school, even forget university. Yes, we have TCSI, and some people have Collaborate, some people have Blackboard. There could be a different LMS to different universities and schools, but LMS would be compulsory. Doing class in Google Class or Zoom or Google Meet is not online education in its entirety. That's only beginning of it. But when you do the entire operations digitally, you actually move on to a different level. And LMS brings you that. Continuous evaluation system, half of it digitally and half of it physically, this would be another aspect that we would look into. And while in continuous evaluation system, I would like to point out also that labs and studios partially will go virtual. There is a concept of O labs, even in school. The science labs going virtual through O labs, CBSE has already introduced. And all other boards of the state boards and others are following that now. Now, virtual labs actually can give 60% of the laboratory experience, not the 100%. The 60% of it, the design and the introduction to all the functions of the lab infrastructure and all can be done virtually. And for the final part, the 40%, one has to come physically. So this would be another aspect, virtual labs and studios integrated with physical labs and studios. The classroom education now is like people coming, even when someone goes to a cinema hall, actually does a study of the review of the hall, film, and or takes some view from peers. But unfortunately, students coming to classroom do not know what topic is going to be taught. There is no mental preparation. This will change. In coming times, flipped classroom will come. So a teacher will no more remain a teacher. He will become a mentor who aggregates knowledge from multiple sources. There could be videos aggregated from YouTube or from, let's say, Coursera, Khan Academy, anywhere, and videos of the mentor himself. A PPT is made by him. PPT is brought in from SlideShare. Then there are other YouTube links. There are case studies. There are PDFs. All of these about a particular topic, whichever is the topic being taken, would be aggregated. So it is not the amount of knowledge of the teacher to which a student is introduced and limited there. Rather, it's an aggregated knowledge which is put before the learner. Now it's up to the learner. It's a learner-centric model in flipped classroom. It's up to the learner to start with what the teacher has given as far as his video and PPT is concerned, but go beyond and take other further. So I would like to therefore bring in this concept. No more teacher. You cannot teach. This mobile has access to much more information than all the gentlemen and the ladies in this room. So therefore, we cannot teach anymore. What we can do is mentor. We can show a direction. We can aggregate knowledge for someone. We can be agony aunt and agony uncle. We can give direction when there is a crisis. So these are all role of mentor, and there are many more. On the other hand, there cannot be any student. That's the last point I'd like to say. Student would change into a learner. Students study in classroom. Learner studies inside and beyond the classroom. Students study from teachers. Learner learn from mentors, peers, self-experience, from books, internet, and everything. Students study for degrees, diplomas, grades, and marks. Learners study for lifetime. Students study with a structured syllabus. Learners begin with a structured syllabus, moves on to organic and evolving syllabus. So therefore, in conclusion, we are moving to a phygital world with LMS, using Google Classrooms, Zoom, Meets, and others as well, continuous evaluation system, flipped classroom, and mentors and learners becoming critical in the education of tomorrow. Thank you.
So very, very rightly put together. Mr. Bose, now you have been into the design and you've worked with Parson and now with the Karnavati groups, there is a lot of aspects here which you personally also must have experienced difficult to teach online, right? There are some areas which really need physical work, whether it's working on a 3D machine or doing a prototype. So what is your views, how you all as education providers into the design space are going to adapt to this new reality?
Yeah. So Professor Ujjwal actually spoke most on this aspect. I'll just take on the other aspect. Online learning was there for a long time. There were instructional learning and people went wrong. What the pandemic did is to bring this learning into the center stage, into both the educator and the learner. And now managements are only evaluating the various type of learning management systems to see what can be contextualized to their interdisciplinary type in which the university is leading. I'll take on a little bit about design because design is hands-on, it's tactile, it's touch and feel, and only that much can be done in the online space. And you need to touch metal, smell metal, taste metal and wood and all the materiality of nearly 10 to different types when you go along this journey. What has happened in this time is that very fast adaptations have taken place. And that's very good. And the faculty have been the front runners because, as someone brought out, you can have a one-to-one monologue, you can have 4 different screens, but that assimilation, what is the part of a LMS? I would just like to amplify more. There's a synchronicity and there's the asynchronicity. And in the asynchronicity, you are developing a 40-minute wonderful video. You're throwing in quizzes, you're throwing in rubrics, and you're trying to get what is a assimilation through a feedback system. And it could be a formative or it could be a summative feedback. So it completes on a whole the entire journey of how the learner needs his transferable skills, his life skills, and any skills which is between the teacher and the taught. What it can't do is there are some subjects where you need to bring in empathy, where there's team building, where there's some amount of love, understanding of various aspects, whether it's in the liberal arts, which he looks at, or whether it is in very pure understanding of a community. So you form groups, peer-to-peer interactions. These cannot come through anything but a very updated, top-of-the-line LMS systems. And I'm thankful that Supreet is there and they have developed and so much has been developed. So why don't you look at what is happening in India? We want to move our GER from a 20-25% to 50%, and the world knows reaching 40%, you have to increase your GDP. There has been 10% surge in the stocks of ed companies. 1.93 billion money is coming up from all sources. But what have I done in these times? I've had the lead Google, Angela Guzman. I've had Mr. Robert Julian from anywhere to do these classes. So what it has happened is brought the whole world into the classroom. Some wonderful webinars by the top line people on discussing even the solutions. So the World Design Organization, which we are part of, the Cumulus we are part of. Yesterday I attended the General Assembly of Cumulus, which was in Helsinki. And we are talking of sustainability. See the amount of air miles saved during this. It has brought in opportunities, but it has also got a number of challenges. The challenges in design is that tactile and hands-on nature suffers. So hybrid, blended online learning is the next way to go. But another aspect which I want to bring out is that in India, in online, there's a digital divide. He was talking of phygital. There's also a digital divide based on space, based on access. Although there's been nearly a 20% CAGR growth in trying to get to the internet, number of laptops sold. But in a country as vast as India, not everyone can get into the same type of learning where in online, in some places buffering, where some places have very good internet. And therefore, we have had a lot of lessons to need. I think tomorrow will start, or this Monday will be the third of the faculty development programs, because it depends on them how they curate the classroom in the new. I'm sure they have to climb up the curve, but they are doing it in such a way that we start with online, where all the theory tutorials come. If you see a curriculum, there's a T, there's a theory, and there's a practical. So all the practical have been pushed a little bit, because without practical, how does that interaction take place? Next place is interns at the final. So there are e-internships which are going around across the world, but it is not the real thing. So we'll start with the e-internship and move on to the next. And I'm sure that everyone is looking at this as a thing which will go over in the next 2, 3, 4 months' time. So it's not a permanent solution, but it is a solution which everyone looks forward that there will be a normalcy beyond the new normal which we are in. But what the EduTech has done going into Industry 4.0 is brought in gamification, has brought in so many other tools, including AR, VR, mixed reality, and XR is the new norm for bringing things very
Mr. Bose, thank you for your views. Supreet, now to you. In fact, you have been dealing with the universities in India, in Asia with Adobe. What are your views? How are universities now accepting your products or ideas of blending them? And not only the media agencies, you know, now the entire world of online learning has to be that, as sir said, AR, VR, animations. The faculty needs aids and tools to teach. Only PPTs on Zooms are not going to work, and you all have a big role to play to educate them and provide this knowledge, access, and content all together. So what has been your experience so far in India prior to this pandemics, and how do you look at the future now?
Yeah, thank you all. I think these are all very interesting pointers that you've brought up very clearly. First things first, I'd like to highlight is learning is definitely not a spectator sport, right? Whether it is from a student standpoint, whether it is from a faculty standpoint, whether it is from an academic administrator standpoint. The most important aspect that I'd like to highlight upon is how do you leverage certain technology platforms more as super express highways to resolve certain problems, you know, which can lead to a huge amount of impact from a solutioning standpoint, right? And it should impact at large millions and millions of citizens. And a case in point is a fact that, you know, today's article that I was reading today in Times talking about 730 million people in India having connection to internet. So what does it fundamentally mean? So we are no longer a country which basically says our essentials are roti, kapda, makan, but we are also talking about roti, kapda, makan and internet. That's the fundamental aspect. That's the first part. Second point of it is we all know how to operate Facebooks. We all are extremely strong when it comes to TikToks. We are extremely good at WhatsApp as an area. So you don't need to be trained to accept digital as a service. And digital and technology is not a new thing. It has been there for a decade plus in India. And for an organization like Adobe, our entire DNA has been about innovation in digital and creativity for the last 37 years. And the most important aspect that I'd like to highlight upon is, in fact, early wee hours of today, Adobe's Q2 results were announced. And for the first time in the history of tech industry, and I think we are the first ever, we've had a 17% jump, not just in one industry vertical, but across industry verticals. We've added 30 million students into our digital world, empowered them into the digital world. And it's continuing to grow. Yes, there are industry verticals which are affected. What does it mean to you as a student? What does it mean to you as a faculty? What does it mean to you as an academic administration? Answer here is, you just cannot have another technology for the heck of it. Adobe has taken the leadership position, continues to be in the leadership position, and we are setting the trend in terms of accepting technology to add value to human engagements that we are trying to do, whether it is B2C, B2B, or it is B2I or a B2B2C as an engagement model, which effectively means that digital and creativity is no longer an option for any of you, whether it is from being a student or being a faculty or acquiring a skill when it comes to instructional design, if it is e-learning as an area. And it is a breeze. Let me tell you, it is a breeze. It's not difficult. And I've been receiving continuous inquiries from multiple universities within India who have probably not even made an attempt. And I would see no reason why each one of you, whether you're on the screen or just listening on a voice today, to explore how easy or how difficult it is. The first step is to make an attempt. And there's obviously organizations like Adobe and various academic institutions who already mastered the art, and many of them are sharing the e-podium with me today. They all know, they are more than willing to support you. There's government of India which is willing to support you in terms of understanding the fundamentals of applying some of these technologies to ensure that you create an impact to millions and millions of students. Remember, today students and university boundary has exponentially changed. You no longer are within a physical boundary. Today you're talking about addressing few billions of people. Now, talking specifically about what are the areas that technology and organizations like Adobe can impact. Skilling and development, the fundamental aspect of it. We can definitely make an impact, because today the entire industry's core focus was always in digital in the last 3 to 4 years, has now moved from pole number 3 to slot number 1 in every single industry vertical, which means that there will be tons and tons of industry oriented digital and creative jobs and design oriented jobs that will take the front position. That's the first point. The second aspect of it is use of technology platforms is fundamentally falling back to a very core aspect of content creations, right? A content today is not just about sitting in front of a Zoom and delivering, or any video platform for that matter. There is a method to the madness that we should adopt. I agree that it's happened suddenly. We never planned for it, but yes, there should be there is a necessity for one to take a pause, look back at what are you strong at. All of us are strong at a particular aspect, and great. We have about 900 universities in our country. We are fundamentally extremely strong. Nothing to worry about. Do not panic. I'm repeating this, faculties, please do not panic. You do not have to be worried about, you don't necessarily need to be an animation specialist. That's the first aspect of it. Second aspect of it is play to your strength. Pedagogy and teaching aspects of it have not changed significantly. It is about articulation, and the way in which it's getting packaged is changing. And it's important for you to draw insights as to what is working, what is not working. And that is where, fundamentally cloud-based, sophisticated LMSs like Adobe LMSs and, content creation platforms like Captivate are making huge amount of difference. We'll talk more about this, but in short, what I wanted to leave a message to all of you as students, as faculty, parents, administrators. Technology is a super highway. Organizations like Adobe is here to augment this process and not to complicate your life. Samir, back to you.
Yeah, fantastic inputs. Superb. Supreet. So having said that, with this first round of how the blended and the entire technology as an enabler concept is going to be driving education, the bigger problem still remains. What are the employers looking at? What is the kind of a product they are looking at for a student, who is paying a fee, or the parent who is sending a student to your universities? For him, it does not really matter what technology it is or how the pedagogy is delivered. They are looking at one, acquisition of skills, and ultimately what companies are looking at, can this student perform better? And this also now opens up questions like, do we really need a 4-year degree program, or is a completely online degree the next thing that is going to happen? We have seen, I have worked with companies like Laureates and 2U and Simply Learn globally also, and we have seen key corporates are willing to accept top quality students even though they have not attended classroom based programs, and pure degree programs are coming up. Many big colleges in university in India where we are working are coming up with a BBA complete online degree program. So if this kind of a situation happens, and then how do you as universities, you all are running the biggest universities, how do you look at the models which probably private e-tech players, edutech players are playing? You do the program today. When you get a job for which we will help you, you will pay a part of that. So the Lambda school does that currently. You will take a percentage of your salary for the next 10 years. These are the newer models which are evolving, because and this is going to disrupt education. And also, on the positive side for universities like y'all, as you will see competition globally from for online players like the Harvards, what we bring to India, you also have a great opportunity now to create content and programs, because you have a great brand name and ranking, and go to the world with specialized skills, whether it is in media entertainment, which I can see many of you are from, it could be analytics, and you also then compete with the likes of the upgrades and everyone around, So how do y'all as university owners look at online as an outlook? Because students are now having choices. They may really not come to full-time postgrad programs. So anybody can take up this question.
So,
Can I?
brought out,
yeah, please.
E-learning was there for a very long time. Distance learning, e-learning, the IGNU, and similar. And as of today, out of the nearly 900 or 30 odd universities, only 9 have got licenses for getting into the online space.
Online.
The fact that EduTech is here to stay and is irrespective of other startups not getting funding, this is one which is agnostic of any other economic situation. So that means the world is realizing that EduTech is to stay. They have improved their game many times. Nearly 8x is the way EduTech is moving forward based on certain things, and some of it I'm sure Supreet brought out. It is how a teacher or an educator absorbs it, adapts it, and then brings it before the student. They have used various tools, and they will continue to adapt, because it is the dharma of a teacher to teach the whole entire. But if you saw 4 other interdisciplinary colleges, that brick and mortar is not going to go away, because empathy, certain amount of team skills, even the fact that how do you chat in a canteen while being in a space which is an online space. So there are some behavioral issues, there are some subjects, and since I belong to the design field, I would like to bring forward and bring it very clear that in spite of the best of Industry 4.0, the absorption by industry, modulating into even getting internships, not only internationally, but even globally. There are companies which have opened out. There is a side which is very, very interpersonal between the teacher and the taught, and that can happen only in the lab studios. And how do you do a laser cutter irrespective of everything else? So there is a point of adapting new technology, retraining, getting a different area of pedagogy, but also the fact that both the streams have
to. Sir, I understood. We need to blend. There are merits on coming on classroom, but at the same time, we are then missing a very big chunk of people who are away from a good university like yours because they can't come physically, So, are we also, let me add to this before I get you, Sanjay sir. See, there is going to be a huge market of people in the age group of 24 to 70, people who will work till they die, because you see India has having very high life expectancies from independent people today. In fact, Yanko, my company, works exactly with 22 to 70-year-olds to upskill them. Universities are unfortunately not yet able to grasp that piece of the market, So Sanjay sir, what are your views as a university? Because you are in Guwahati, and you have some programs which are phenomenal, and you don't want the student to come to Guwahati. He can be in any part of the world. So how are you all?
Yeah. No, Dr. Sameer, because time is less, I would say 2 things. And one particular component I'm trying to speak from a very long time, the requirement of the industry, the skill set, knowledge, and attitude. Probably we are too much emphasizing on skill sets and too much emphasizing on the requirement of the industry. Telling you, brick and mortar university, online education, or maybe distance education, I have seen the best students have been placed everywhere. There is not a problem of knowledge gap. There's a problem of attitude gap. Probably we don't understand most of the time. If you have right kind of skill sets and attitude, job is not a problem on any domain. That may be my university or that may be your portal. So this I want to tell people that don't try to be confused with one thing, that you will get a job there or you will not get a job there. You might be in the online, you will not get a job, and you are doing a full-time course, you'll get a job. It's absolutely wrong perception. So this is one point. And second point is that whatever we are going to do in due course of time, blended or whatever, brick and mortar will remain there. And this gap will never be there, and gradually this has given us a lot of insights to do better in future. And my students in Royal Global University and Northeast will be having a real good blended education, where 80%, 70% they will be doing in my campus. They're socializing, because man, end of the day, is a social animal. Can you live without meeting? Can you live without going to movie? Can you live without the party? How can you live without the brick mortar university? I 100% say it will be required. Rest of things will be blended.
Sure, sure. Mr. Jayashankar, sir, you would like to add something to this?
See, I would say, I agree that the brick and mortar is there to stay. It's not that it's going to disappear. Now, your question whether the credentializing, whether that will replace a significant portion, I don't think so, because those who have, there are two parts to it. One is, of course, the skill part, which you can, in some cases, deliver online. But the other part is the behavioral part, which for an older person, it is, as you said, it's not of that significance, because they have already experienced the outside world. So for them, it would probably be a boon that we move on to the online space, because for them, it is actually the inputs that they need for progressing in their life. And the other aspect is, I would say, is that I think significantly, pedagogy has not changed for the last 200 years, practically. Now here, this is an opportunity for us to change our pedagogy. It's not that the signs were already there. The internet generation, when the kids who were born in the 90s, when they entered in, for them a 45-minute lecture just doesn't make sense.
So true.
So for them, we need to package it differently. We need to make sure that we do micro lectures, all these kinds of things. And those are much more easier to do on a blended mode. The courses which require tactile, smell, or any of these things, obviously we don't have the technology or the capability to deliver these online right now. But I think over a period of time, maybe, for example, we have drawing that's a CAD simulation or something that can be taught online now. So over a period of time, I think maybe even many of the other aspects of design could be possible. I'm optimistic about that.
So, Ujjwal sir, your views on future, but I am going to invite you for the concluding remarks. Professor Ujjwal sir.
Yeah, I would just take from where Professor Jayasankar has just now left. He was talking about pedagogy has not changed largely. So I would like to really support this idea with a few more additions. See, pedagogy has been largely brick and mortar, largely lecture based, largely note based. This pedagogy has to change completely. So we need to have experiential, brick and mortar, and click and portal. That is digital, brick and mortar, physical, and learning by doing experiential. All the three coming closer. Whether it's design or media or management or even engineering, there is the need for having an experiential brick and portal. This combination going ahead. Second point I'd like to bring, learning to learn. Now, in a digital world or a physical or blended world, people have to also be taught how to learn on their own, how to seek knowledge on their own. Because in a blended world, a part of the knowledge will be organic. You cannot only keep limited to structured knowledge only, structured syllabus only. So learning to learn is another aspect that needs to be brought in. Also, project-based learning, end-to-end project. We are learning, teaching, learning only bits and parts normally. But we examine on certain aspects of the entire course. We cannot examine, frankly speaking, on 100%. So if there's a project-based learning, my learner is associated with a project from scratch till the final execution of it. Then there is a strong understanding of how businesses occur on ground. And in project-based learning, you use technology as an aid, as an enabler. You use sometimes physical discussions, physical studios, and physical labs, and you also use digital search of things that you can get on about the similar projects done earlier. And alongside, every course needs a design thinking learning. Design thinking is problem solving a real life problem with a class, with an aesthetics. Anyhow solving is not the point. So when we look at problem solving attitude with creativity and innovation, we move away from rote learning, we move away from exam based learning, evaluation. These are the things that we need
Sure,
to
completely agree. Supreet, to you for the last closing comments.
Yep.
Sonam, we'll give him just 1-2 minutes more, and he's the last speaker. And we'll have it. Yeah, go ahead, Supreet, please.
All right, so I have a slightly different viewpoint here. Yes, physical plus digital is definitely a way forward. Accepted. What we will see as a difference in viewpoint from student standpoint right now is no longer going to be a ranking system which is being published as a benchmark for selecting where and what they want to select and study. It's going to be a social engagement that is going to change. Social education is taking a big center stage. Number one. Number two is what you teach and what a teacher teaches needs to have a lot of experiential engagement. You just cannot have yet another PPT being rolling out in the classroom. You just cannot have a Google page 21, 23, 24, 25 being put into your PPT and being repetitive across. You need to discuss experience, real life experiences, and that is where students are going to be interested in it. If not, you're going to be dinosaurs. It's as simple as that. There will definitely be, the cleaning of the chef that's going to happen. That's number one. Technology is definitely going to make an impact because you're going to be analyzed. You're not going to be just analyzing. Students are going to analyze you backwards as well. Similarly, the industry is going to take a front seat while they're looking at recruitment. There's going to be passive recruitment that will start happening because digital is going to enable each one of your universities' capabilities, both at a faculty level, research level, student level, in terms of portraying your talents, strengths, weaknesses, and naturally opportunities will come up. Needless to say, if you're not prepared to adopt it, threats are going to be there every single second. So embrace it, make an impact at large to students and the industry at large, and definitely we will all grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Sonam, to you, we all are at really crossroads and very exciting times ahead. Thank you very much from me, and Sonam, to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonam, go ahead.
To our esteemed panel, it was so good to hear all your insights. Thank you so much, Dr. Sameer, for the moderation, and thank you to all of our esteemed panelists, stalwarts of the industry. Truly, e-learning in the times of COVID is so mandatory. Thank you so much, all of you. We hope you enjoyed our last session, which is all about e-learning in COVID times, in unprecedented times. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. I'm sure you look forward to the next session because this shall be as insightful, as educative as the last one. This is about expressive typography. Moving forward, we have this workshop on expressive typography by Ecol Intuit Lab. We have Ms. Falguni Agarwal, communication designer, Ecol Intuit Lab, and she's here with us, and I'm going to straight move in with Ms. Falguni Agarwal as she takes us through expressive typography. Over to you.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you all have had a great day full of exciting sessions and talks. I'm here today to conduct the expressive typography workshop. Just a little bit of my background. I'm essentially a brand designer, and I teach at the Ecole Intuit College of Design in Prabhadevi, Mumbai. And it's a school where they have visual communication design, game art, as well as strategy design. And they have undergrad as well as postgraduate programs. So feel free to look them up in case you need any answers, or you're looking to explore any design schools in Mumbai. I'll directly now start with the session today. And what is expressive typography? But let's start with what is typography first. So you hear this word quite loosely being used, thrown around to talk about fonts, to talk about typefaces. But what really is typography? Very simply, and without any jargons or definitions, this is what typography really does. Say if you want to chat with a friend of yours on WhatsApp, and you are pretty excited to share some news with him or her, would your communication or your writing be like the HI that's on the left, or will it be full of excitement with exclamations and capital letters the way it is shown on the right? So clearly, I'm sure it's not an interactive session, but I'm sure everybody agrees it's the one on the right. And this is essentially what type does. It brings to life and communicates and emotes the alphabets and the letters. It's nothing but giving a style, giving a tonality, and giving a mood to what's being spoken or being trying to be conveyed. Yeah, so this is like a simplistic way to begin. And the reason why we do it is because we know that we all know a picture is worth 1,000 words. And the effort really is to take the written word, the characters, and essentially through styling, through design, through variation, convert them into visuals. Start giving them a more pictorial feel, so as it enables us to make a better connect and a more of a visual appeal. So yeah, but then, okay, let's also learn that what typography really is from a theory point of view. And this is very interesting, and I'm going to break this down for you to explain better. Typography is the art and technique. Here, the two words are important. Art, of course, it has to be aesthetic, and technique, because of course, there has to also be a method to it of arranging type to make the written language legible, readable, and appealing when displayed. Legible, readable, and appealing are also in terms of hierarchy. Legible, because if you can't read it, it is not type. All purpose is lost, right? So say if you're driving on a highway and you can't read the signs, there is no typography. So the effort is to always make sure that whatever you write, whatever you express through your writing has to be legible. Next comes readable. It may be visible, but if it's styled in such a way, or if there is, and again, I'm going back to the example of the highway signage, if there is mud on it, or if it's pouring very heavily and you can't read it, again, the purpose is defeated. And last, it has to be appealing when displayed. Appealing is the aesthetic or the beautification aspect really for type to make it more inviting and exciting. But first, we have to make sure that the legibility and the readability aspect, which is the main fundamental reason for communication, has to be adhered to. So let's really begin with the alphabet. How did the whole ABCD really come about? Who really went on to kind of derive these characters? When did it really happen? There is a lot of history that goes over many, many years of the evolution that says how it really came into being. And without getting into too much detail, as an introductory typography class, it first essentially began with the caveman who was a nomad and was traveling from place to place. They used to sketch and with a stone, not sketch really, but engrave it onto the cave walls. So say, for example, if they saw that there was a river nearby the cave, or there were a lot of wild animals, in this case, say it was an ox, they would leave behind pictures or icons like this that we call pictograms to say that this is what the ox would be, right? So to communicate ox, this is how it began. Then in the 1200 BC, the Phoenician alphabet came into being, where they had to further evolve it. So they, from the pictures, it now also became the voice, the sound, as well as the visual. And the the visual was tweaked in the way in which the character now became an aleph. So this was a symbol that essentially was spoken as aleph, as well as communicated that it's an ox, correct? And similarly, just 800 BC years ago, when the Greeks came into being, they kind of made sure that the pictograms completely go away and the ox would be called alpha. So it was a very gradual transition, a very evolving kind of a process, where it went through the different stages to arrive as per how the communication also evolved. So from the pictures to actually the written word. The one below is an example for our house. So if you can see very clearly, the visual is of a house shape, the roof, and the house was then later communicated by this symbol and was called Beth, and later on it became Beta. And guess what? This is also how the word alphabet came into being. It essentially came into being from the first two letters of the Greek alphabet, which was the alpha and the beta, and hence the word alphabet came into being, right? A little small kind of information here. I get a lot of students asking me, what is the difference between alphabet and letters? Letters are individual characters. So when you say A, B, X, Y, Z, those are letters, those are characters. But when all letters come together, say from A to Z, that is known as an alphabet. Alphabet is a system. It comprises of all the 26 letters, and individually, each one of them, like I said, is called a character or a letter. So it's letter A, and it's the Latin alphabet system. Yeah, so that's the way one conveys and communicates the single alphabet, as the single letter, as well as the entire alphabet. So again, very briefly, it's all nice. People are working hard. We're seeing some beautiful work around that typographers do. Typographers are people essentially who pursue type as a profession to create new and interesting fonts as their daily means of living. But typographers do that. But why do they really do that? What really is the power of typography? And again, this has gone through an evolutionary process. But essentially, if you see this slide, what it really came and conveyed a success for the brands or for these companies was when these letters were assembled and designed in a way that made it very proprietary to the brand. It had recognition, it had some kind of a visual connect, and a lot of investment and time really went in taking these letters, taking the name of the company, and kind of creating these beautiful word marks or symbols to really arrive at very individualistic and strong identities for the company. And the power of it really, say that the one on the left-hand side bottom, the Coca-Cola brand, even if you take away the OCA, just have the C, because of the visual styling, because of the way it's done, because of the years of its existence, you don't even need the rest of the letters to really say it belongs to the brand Coca-Cola. And that's really the power of taking a simple letter like C and enhancing it so beautifully and making it so ownable for the brand, right? Similarly, the top right is PlayStation, in which the S is pretty much in the third dimension and so beautifully used as a shadow. And the one below on the right is the LG brand, which essentially through the letters, but it kind of visually communicates a face. So there's an I, the L is the nose, and the G kind of forms the face contour, right? So this is one of the, I would say, the most important applications of typography and where it's used on a daily basis with a lot of merit. The second one was when printing began and news was circulated not by, the people going from place to announce, but actually being mass circulated. And for news, for newspaper publications, typography plays a huge role. just imagine there's like lots and lots of pages of Word documents with information. It would be so boring and it would be so difficult and so time consuming really for anybody to, kind of process that data. So what type really does is, by playing on its on its scale, size, and weightage, it really plays up the things that are important, and it kind of leads you into articles that are of interest to you. And of course, if you want to delve further, you can read the smaller fine print. Right. So this is another very big breakthrough in once printing was possible. Typography became huge when it came to editorial and publications. The third one, this is where the aesthetics, this is where the functional aspect was then kind of pushed slightly in a more aesthetic avatar. And here really the task at hand was to take an ordinary everyday object, and using type, it had to be made way more better and more beautiful in its approach. So just imagine this was an ad for a company that made pliers. The simplest way to do it was to show the plier and put the headline next to it. But how can we make it more exciting using type? So this is how letters and then body copy. When I say body copy, fine print of lots of text was used in a way to create interesting layouts really. Yeah. So you can, through design, one is the functional aspect that typography of course delivers to, but then when we also start kind of creating interesting layouts and interactions of type and visuals, this is kind of also how the type really, or the letters really stop to exist just for reading, and also can start behaving like they are elements or shapes within a layout or a design. Yeah. Moving on. So again, we are talking about the power of typography. We all know the value and the premiumness of, and how much we pay for a perfume bottle, or say for a alcohol bottle that's so beautifully packaged, because what they are trying to sell to you is not just the product, but essentially an entire lifestyle. And how do they kind of make that experience more premium, more rich, more interesting, is by using typography in a very beautiful, subtle, and relevant way for the brand. So this is a beauty brand called YSL, and you can imagine these YSL being simply written next to each other with a basic spacing. But would that really be interesting? Perhaps not, right? So how do you take these characters and start bring them to behave differently, interact differently, assort them differently, so that they create these beautiful mnemonics and word marks that can be later used for packaging and for many other purposes. Yeah. So typography plays a huge role in promoting premium products and bringing them to life as well. And of course, now with, as we all know, we live in the digital world, only getting stronger by the day. There is a statistic that says that 85% of the internet is the written word. So you can just imagine, after all the Pinterest and all the Google photos, still 85% of the content on the internet is still text. And that only shows that how important is it for typography to evolve for the digital platform, so that it's not just so that it's read well, it's read correctly on a small phone size, on a big phone size, on a low resolution screen, right? So all these permutation combinations, and that's why there are typographers who are really working hard to ensure that whatever may be your device or whatever may be your final touch point, type comes out beautifully and sharply and crisply as possible, to make sure that the experience of the reader and the viewer stays perfect. Yeah. So this is another avenue where the digital platform, where typography plays a huge role. The purpose stays the same, but how it's played out, how the pixels are being worked with in terms of distancing and the sharpness of the letters, is what really is important for the online world. And again, we are going back between the functional as well as the aesthetic. And here is a very simple example, but a very beautiful example of how type can transcend the functionality as well as have a cohesive approach and also beautifully express design. So very simply here, because of the way the system is, see how beautifully the brand name is in bold. One layer below or one layer smaller is the body oil. And then you have the descriptor. And then you have the parent company, which is Dr. Jat here, right at the bottom. But because of the way the type has been so beautifully arranged, the visual appeal and the shelf life. So this is probably going to be on the chemist shelf, right? It's immediately, it's very easy to recognize and see it, make it stand out in a sea of sameness, so to say. So typography need not only again be for the aesthetic reasons, but across any industry, any sectors, type can very, very beautifully come alive and lend itself to a whole bunch of products and services. Yeah. And again, I did a workshop recently at a jewelry institute, and their task was to take something that's letter, something that's text. And here, the first example is called the ampersand, right? The and symbol is called ampersand. And see how beautifully somebody went ahead, gave the details, and actually converted such an ordinary word, ordinary letter, so to say, into a beautiful and letter. So essentially here, the point that I'm trying to make is that type is everywhere and in every form. It's not just related to what you read or what you see on TV. It's actually everywhere. You could be in nature and you could find the leaves perhaps, placed in a way that kind of starts to build, a beautiful letter. So as students or as somebody who wants to explore the world of design, seeing this in your environment and kind of seeing these shapes and characters, forgetting them as letters of functionality, but starting to see them as beautiful shapes, that should definitely be an effort. Yeah. On the right again are a few words. So a lot of attitude and a lot of styling that even type can kind of lend itself. And see this is a beautiful Arabic, kind of a choker, which is a piece of jewelry for a fashion event perhaps, and how text really has stopped being just functional and so beautifully become, the neck piece for a woman. So these were a few examples of the power of typography. Just a few, again, like I said, you see anywhere. It could be the little matchbox in your house to the youth size hoardings as you drive past on the highways. There is no escape to the written word. It's always there. And the more it is contextual, when I say contextual, it's ready for that touch point. So to give you an example, if you're on the highway and you see a typeface that is very thin and not very visible, again, the legibility aspect is compromised. And that's why it's a very interesting journey of learning typography and seeing how it comes alive on these different objects that we have around us every day, which in some form or the other use type as their communication game. Yeah. Okay. So anatomy of type. So type is a very fine balance between discipline as well as exploration. And first, as students, I think we have to learn the discipline, learn the rules before we start to break the rules. Each character is dissected, and in a lot of ways, kind of trying to emulate or follow a system, follow a technique really that kind of gives them some discipline. In this case, what we really do is we take these characters and we kind of build a grid around it to define some of the common elements. So the line on which all the letters are resting, it's called the baseline. This is the most fundamental, simple line that we have. And here the characters are sitting on it in a way that's very uniform. Just imagine if this was all the characters were going up and down. in that case, the reading would not be seamless and easy. It would look like very jumpy and kind of funny, right? The reading legibility would be compromised. So this is like the basic 101 of type, that all your type, your text, your reading material should rest on a baseline. Then what we have is an ascender line. An ascender line is nothing but essentially what we have is the X height, correct? Which is the height of the letter O. Anything that goes above it is called the ascender, and that line that the imaginary line that we build there is called the ascender line. And any character or any stroke that goes below the X height, that becomes the descender line. That's called the descender, and the line it rests on is called the descender line, right? And why, for example, the T, letter T here is the cap's height because it's the capital letter height, and the O here is called as the X height, which is the lowercase height. There are way many more, jargons and characters that are spelled out better here in terms of what the negative space is, what the positive space is. But this is all something that we start to learn when we delve into the world of type further. For starters, this is a good enough, high-level view of how the discipline comes into being. The anatomy is kind of drafted. So type classification. Again, there are a whole bunch of ways in which the type can be classified. Just like any other thing that we learned, there are clusters, there are segments. So type similarly is classified in a way where we have it as, where we called it so there are three large categories. One is the serif typeface, one is the sans serif typeface, and one is the slab serif typeface. I'll explain the difference between the three. But essentially, serif really means you see the delicate part that's kind of extruding from the character H, the extensions that the character H has, that little fine delicate elements, that's called a serif. And a sans serif, sans in French means without. A font or a typeface that does not have the fine serif is called a sans serif. And a slab serif is essentially a classification where there is a serif, but it's not very delicate and pointed. It's slightly more heavy and more, more like a slab, so to say. And within each of these categories, there are very many fonts that nest under it. And there are some classic fonts and some not so classic fonts, but largely these are the three broad buckets that we have that define the serif, the sans serif, and the slab serif fonts. Yeah. And this is a lovely slide that, so Universe is a font, the name of a font. The way that we had Garamond here, Universe is the name of the font. But see how beautifully, by just changing a couple of finer elements like the weight, which is the boldness of the font, or it could be the slimness of the font, or the way it's extended, or the way it's made even further bold. So many variations can be created from one specific font style. And this is a very beautiful aspect of type, that if you want to say, going back to the first slide where we have an example of a hi. So if there is a very nice petite girl saying hi, maybe she would say it in a Universe condensed light, and that shows more that it's coming from her. But say if there is a big tough guy who wants to say, hey, what's up? He'll probably use a more bolder, a more extended black font, to kind of have that impact. So all these fonts have their own characteristics, their personality, their behaviors, and you need to be really discerning and, very careful when you select these fonts. So to make sure that you do justice to the communication that you're trying to do. Yeah. Again, the classification I explained, and even under that, there are a few serif and a few non-serif classic fonts. What we mean by classic fonts is that they have been around for very many years. They have evolved with time, but fundamentally their structure, their character, their genesis stays the same. So a font like Garamond, each of these fonts have a lot of history as to why they were created, how they were created, Who are the people behind creating these? What are the exclusive characters about it? Right? There are so many stories behind that, and all of these are learned once you are at a type school, but at the design school. But largely, these are the 4-5 fonts based on which, these are the classics based on which many new fonts can be created. And this is what a lot of designers do in their daily practice, where they take a font that is a classic font, they intelligently and relevantly tweak it, make changes to it, so that it kind of starts to behave the way they want their communication to be. To give you an example, Badoni currently looks very nice and very much like a Vogue font with a lot of contrast. The serifs are very thin, but otherwise the rest of the character is quite bold. So it's a good contrast between thick and thin. So say, for example, we are doing a brand that is supposed to communicate that kind of, strength, as well as being, some slightly more delicate. We could probably do this. So a lot of beauty brands perhaps go down this road. So you evolve these, but these are 4 to 5, the way we have it in the Word document, like the standard fonts. Designers usually go back to these couple of fonts to kind of derive new fonts or create interesting variations in their typeset. Similarly, under the sans serif genre, you have these 3-4 fonts. Frutiger actually is the name of a typographer. So it's at any point, you see something that you like, you may just want to read up who the typographer was, or what was the history of the font, why was it even created. And there are some amazing stories about how these fonts have come about. So I would definitely say that whenever you get a chance, please look through it. And this is what I mean. So every font is almost like a personality. It has its periods of stardom and really being adapted by everybody, used by everybody. And in this case, the font is Trajan. What is very interesting about this font is this font does not have lowercase at all. It's only capital letters. But this font was so widely used by Hollywood for all their film posters that Trajan ended up having the name that it's the movie poster font. And that's quite beautiful, right? To have that kind of a connect and that kind of a, and the stature that the font has, the communication power, the finesse, the fine lines, lines and the way they are assembled or stacked in a way so that it's the same font, but it's like we saw in the universe font example. Through various small little interventions, they have started to behave differently and take on. So like a Thor, the first one, and the Minority Report, it's the same font, but because of the scale, because of the spacing in between the characters, and those are some technical terms as well that we use to explain this behavior. These are the things that kind of bring about the variation, but still, largely, Trajan goes on to be called as the movie poster font. Similarly, Garamond. How many of us know that all the Harry Potter books have been designed with the Garamond font, right? So Garamond is a classic font. It's been around forever. A lot of foundries, the companies that actually institutionalize and make these fonts, they start creating their own versions with smaller tweaks or smaller enhancements. And so there is an Adobe Garamond, for example, which belongs to the Adobe family. And that possibly is the font that Harry Potter has licensed to use across all its books. So apart from the Harry Potter logo or the identity that you see, all the fonts, including the long text in these thick books that we have, is all set in Garamond. Yeah. So this is what we learned, a little bit about the structure, the discipline of type. But then the type has to then behave or work with some design principles to now create some interesting design layouts and output. Because we are not, as designers, typography is definitely functional. I mean, of course we do that, but we also want to push the push it a little bit and make it more appealing, more intelligent, and more provocative. So there are some design principles that are applied to any field of design. It could be color, or it could be photography. But in context with type, how do we really bring it to life? So here we deal with we deal with the principle which is called balance, and essentially see how beautifully the 9 and the 5 are balanced. They are not entirely visible, but they are intelligently cut just enough so that the comprehension aspect is not compromised, right? So you still read the 9 and the 5 and see how beautifully it has been arranged at top and the bottom. Similarly, on the right, the ballet dancer. The ballet dancer could have been, in one side, and the number 1 could have appeared on top. But no, see how beautifully they are intertwined and balanced in a way that they look like a singular element or a singular form. So balance plays a huge role. Type always needs to be balanced out in some way. So if you're using a bold, large font, in most communication, you will need to offset that with a slightly more smaller font as per the communication. Yeah. Similarly, the principle of contrast. So just visualize this for a dietitian's logo. Somebody who takes the fat you and converts you into a slimmer version of yourself. See how simply, without showing any fat to thin visual of a woman or whatever, just through text, so subtly, so intuitively, and so beautifully it can be connoted. And the weights that we talk about in fonts, that is essentially done through bringing about contrast in the characters. Yeah. And the contrast is not necessarily only in the type. The contrast could also possibly also be through color, or it could also be through spacing. So these are standard, like I said, these principles are standard design principles, but in terms of connecting them with the typographical world, this is how a few examples can be shown. Repetition, very simple. But can you visualize the design on the remix design on the right to be a wrapping paper for, say, a beauty brand again? And the reason being, if it was just a huge remix written on a very big wrapping paper, it would not have that impact. But just by beautifully scaling it down and repeating it multiple times, see how well. So even if you're wrapping a small gift, you can make sure that the entire, and the brand name is, say, remix, the entire brand appears on it, right? So this is the principle of repetition. And orientation. This is one of my favorite examples, simply because just by rotating the brand name Joe 90 degrees, see how much real estate it commands. The same Joe, if it was written horizontally, the space it would have had was restricted. But just because it's being cut down, it can be scaled up. And in a supermarket where we are vying for attention and there is so many things out there calling for your attention, you can make simple design, intelligent decisions like these using your type to make sure your brand, or your packaging really stands out. And distortion. This is every designer's favorite principle, because here it's an open canvas. And see the flamingo. It may not be the best example, but see the level of distortion each character, be it the F, the L, the A, so on and so forth, have been crafted in a way that they take the contour of the flamingo bird. Yeah. And the N, as we spoke, or the G, we spoke about the descender. See how the descender of the G is made into the leg of the flamingo. So this is not fine tweaking. This can be fine tweaking, but distortion can also be as intense as this. The example on the right of the liquid is another great example, because the distortion level here is pretty high. But what's lovely is at no point do you not read this as liquid, because the visual lends itself, or the distortion lends itself to still ensure that the communication message is intact. The visual communication is intact, right? So these are two nice examples of distortion. And just a few more examples. Usually the way we do it is, this is like a interactive thing, but say the one on the left, can you see how beautifully each serif is converted into a musical note. And can we all visualize this as a lovely typeface for any musical concert, brand, or event, and use these kind of characters? So, as I said, we have the classical fonts, but then we kind of evolve them further to create more unique and more interesting letter forms. Yeah. And similarly, the left is such a minimal craft-based, intervention, but the one on the right, see how ketchup has been done. This again, these are not the best examples, but this is to show you a range of how even food, be it anything, like the playa example I showed. In this case, it's food. How do you take food and how do you show cheese? How do you say these things without making them Arial serif? Arial or Helvetica, right? You have to work interestingly, evolve these characters to make them intelligent and appealing fonts. And similarly, this is an example to show you how one font, all of this on the left hand side, the NBA magazine, it's a magazine cover. It's essentially one font, but see the kind of variation it has done to all the headlines or all the call outs that they have to so beautifully have made a layout that speaks to sports. It has the energy, it has the play element, it has the strength element. And it's one single font that's at play, and through various design principles and colors and techniques, this is a lot of work. To arrive at a cover like this, it's not easy to get it. To get the right content, to make it sit well, make it all look very cohesive. This is a lot of effort and work, but this is beautifully and so well played out here. Similarly, on the right, there are no italics. So if you think sports, you would think of italics fonts. And I'm sorry, I don't have that slide, but italics, I'm sure everybody knows, is like the slanted font that, that's the term we use to describe it. You would think that sports, so energy, movement, we should do that. But see over here, none of it is in italics, but still through the character, through the descenders of the word flute, the flight, flute, or whatever that is, see how beautifully, this has been established that it's meant for a sports magazine. So now we do like a small exercise that I would like to give everybody at this point. And maybe I'll introduce it now and we can do it at the end of the session, and everybody can just sketch it out if they have something near them and hold it up, or at least something for you to think about, after having seen so many examples. What you really need to do is you need to take a word, and the word today is smile. All right? It could be smile or happy. These are the two words that I'm giving everybody. And this is not an exercise only for aspiring students, but any of us. Let's just kind of exercise our, creative brains a little bit. Take the word happy or smile. And now I'm going to show you one or two examples. You need to do something similar. You need to make this little distortion, this little play, this little change to kind of emote that word happy, right? So I don't want to just see HAPPY, but I want you to do something to the characters that make that when I see it, I don't read it, but I feel it. In this case, the example is of a snail. See how beautifully, just by rotating the A, it gives you it connects you with the visual form of the snail, and it looks like the snail, correct? Similarly, this one, hiccup. We spoke about the rules, the baseline, but in this case, see how beautifully the hiccup, the C, it's basically emulating the gesture that happens when you take a hiccup. So type again can be modified, evolved in so many beautiful ways to, express what it really wants to say. And similarly, here is a word called connect. Just simply the two ends have kind of been, and there are many such examples today that you will see on the internet as well, where they take words and they create, they take ideas and words and they create. This is essentially how identity, logos come into place, where you know what the company does, you know what the company's name is. Now, how do you intelligently communicate that through the letter forms, right? So Coca-Cola, if it speaks about fluid, if it speaks about happiness, see how the C did such a brilliant conversion of taking the regular C and converting into that, emoting that C, and not just reading that C. Yeah. So I'm sure this is already starting to get you guys also think about how smile can really. See, we all know the emoticon, where we have the colon and the bracket, but think beyond. See how more intelligently either the word smile or happy can come to life. So this is the exercise. I know I have 15 minutes to wrap up, so this can be something that we can do if we have the time for, or this is something you can do on your own after the session ends. But this is also pretty much my last slide, which speaks about font sourcing. So, there is a lot of material and fonts out there on the internet, which say that they are XYZ fonts. But creating these fonts is really an exercise of honor. It takes years and years of practice, and it's almost like a skill, a craft, to really be able to design these fonts. And when these fonts are not done well, they end up not being good case studies or good examples of communication. So while we still are exploring the world, design, type, all of it, and all of us are going to use it in some way, even if you become an engineer or whatever, you will be still doing presentations. So for that kind of this thing, we are really grateful to have Google and its lovely library of fonts, which is not just free, but they come from these authentic sources that are from good foundries, and they are good quality fonts. So I would really say, till the time we learn type in detail and we are discerning enough to know what's good type and what's not good typography, at least go to these tried and tested platforms, which you can download your fonts and use. That way you get the variety. So for this exercise also, you can explore fonts over here, or you can just think of ideas even based on an Arial font. But if you are scouting for good fonts and where they're available, you can find some very good fonts on Google, right? Yeah, and that's pretty much my presentation for today. I hope all of you have learned something about type, and more than learning, at least are excited to get a glimpse into the world of typography and what really you can do with it. How important is it in your day-to-day life, and how, as designers or even non-designers, you can make sure that what you're trying to communicate, you do it well. It could be your resume, for example. Tomorrow, you would know that there are fonts that have weights, that are serif, that are not serif. Make these intelligent decisions, right? Make these intelligent decisions. Make sure you're observing it very keenly and making those fine decisions. So I just hope you guys have a good time. We'll let Sonam take this on and guide us further, but I wish everybody all the best. Yeah. So Sonam, can you take it on, please?
Sure. Thank you so much, Falguni. That was really insightful. Thank you for all your insights. Thank you for all the learning about expressive typography. Honestly, I learned a lot of new things which I didn't know. So a lot of takeaways. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for being here with us on the Edutainment show. Well, thank you so much, everybody who's been here with us, all of our listeners, our viewers, the learners, the students, the aspirants. Thank you to all of you for tuning in to the Edutainment Show 2020. As I told you, from 11th to 20th of June, new learnings every day starting at 1:30 p.m. Interesting sessions are coming up. We are going to just flash the schedule for tomorrow, 14th of June, onto the screen. You can check out the sessions that interest you tomorrow. We're doing this knowledge sharing, learning sharing every day at the Edutainment Show. So if you haven't registered, please do register with us. We're live on the Edutainment Show Facebook page and YouTube channel. Thank you.